And we are live. Hello and welcome. I pray you're having an absolutely amazing day. Sending big love, peace, honor, and respect to all of you. I see there are a few of you that have been waiting in the room for me. I'm sorry I'm late. As always, 5 minutes late. It seems to be my trend. And whatever time I set it for, it seems that that's what I'm going to do. I think there's an element of neurodiversity here. Got to admit. No, I actually know. I'll get into that. But much love to all of you. Blessings, peace, honor, and respect. And I hope you're all having a great day. For those of you that are joining and are late, the topic is a very interesting topic. It's not one that is easily understood. I think in this age of labels, it's becoming more and more difficult for people to sort of keep track of what neurodiversity is, because the playbook is being rewritten, and it's been rewritten by psychologists that come from a particular school of thought. And so everybody else is sort of playing by that proverbial book, doing the best that they can in this situation. And so we're going to be looking at the ancient and more mystical side of it, just exactly how this works. And what's going on here? Okay, so Twitter's not streaming. Anyway, it is what it is. We're going to be considering the mystical, occult nature of neurodiversity. We're going to look at it from an ancient perspective. I'm going to share some perspectives that I wasn't ever like other children. And there's a huge, broad scale of neurodiversity out there. And some children they thrive because of differences. And some children, they are held back by the world. And I would have probably been held back by the world had I not been so clear on my boundaries since childhood. And so I think this is like a really important topic. And welcome to those of you that have joined. Namaste. Hope you're having an absolutely fascinatingly lovely weekend. This is going to be a very, very controversial conversation, very intense. And so I invite all of you to share your ideas, your experiences, and your opinions here. I think this is something which has really got to be discussed in a very big way because of the way that the public opinion is so important and fundamental. And there are a lot of people that this affects directly and indirectly. And we're going to look at how this relates to Big Brother as well, because it does. There's nothing in this world that doesn't relate to Big Brother in some way. So we're going to be looking at it from the occult, spiritual side of things. We're going to be looking at it from historical context. We're going to be looking at what it is today in terms of the psychological evaluation. We're going to look at these anagrams and these labels, where these ideas come from. Where did the psychologists breed up these concepts of anagrams? What is their history? I think these are important questions to ask, because if one wants to know what something is, one wants to look at where it started and how it progressed to become what it is. That way we gain a certain degree of insight into the nature of things. And so the way we're looking at this, and I had really lots of conversations with my partner about this week, because she's very experienced as well. She's got a neurodiverse teen, almost young adult that is, obviously moving through the neurodiverse world, coming to terms with certain strengths and certain challenges that come with this neurodiverse situation, shall we say. But I think it's more common than we know, and I think it's been more common than we've known. But it's been sort of had a certain kind of a perspective shined onto it. And so there's the collective side of neurodiversity, and then there's the personal side of neurodiversity, and they are two completely different conversations, essentially. And to be able to get a grip of what neurodiversity is, I think we'll look at it. We're also going to have some neurodiverse people coming onto the panel, which is going to be great. People that have also more recently been dealing with it and learn to turn it around, learn to take it and turn it into a strength. So this is quite interesting, and this is something that I've noticed in my life. So let me start with myself to begin with. So those of you that don't know me, I'm Franklin. I'm the Bush Whisperer, and I'm a shaman. And that's what I do. That's what I've been doing. That's my life. When I'm not being a father, I'm a shaman. And my son has certain neurodiverse qualities as well, as did I. To begin with, shamanism recruits from the ranks of neurodiversity. I want us to understand what shamanism is. To understand what shamanism is, to understand what neurodiversity is on a very deep and fundamental and ancient level. Back in the days, in the dawns of civilization, when there was a child that was neurodiverse, different to the other children, what would happen to this child? People wouldn't know how to cope with this child. You know where they would take the child? They would take the child to the local healer, the shaman. The local healer would usually look at this child and recognize this child has got gifts. What in ancient times would have been called spiritual gifts. And would help these children to develop these spiritual gifts. And these children would turn what seemed to be challenges into strengths. And these neurodiverse traits, or what I call gifts, could have been brought on by a number of factors, genetic as well as circumstantial. In my particular situation, it was that I experienced extreme forms of situation as a very, very young child. I experienced a lot of trauma. I experienced the extremes of being in solitary confinement, alone in a place, a lot of time alone in a place, with not much to entertain myself in terms of toys. And my mom was desperately trying to work and be a single mom to look after me. And so she couldn't be there. And she was trying to study to make a better life for herself so that she could look after me. Very hard in those days, because we're talking about the 1970s. You know, the 70s was not an easy time to be a single mom. So hats off and respect to my mom. But I experienced a whole lot of different situations, right, from being hungry. And so that became its own sort of trauma. And being on my own, which means I didn't have anything to occupy my mind with. So what did I do? I used to sit and I used to think. And I used to internalize. And this is like, I think, a big part of neurodiversity. It is a trend towards possibly over-internalization, becoming hypersensitive. I think you could define much of the neurodiversity that we see and experience around as being related to that very, very powerful sensitivity that is directed into the self, and it doesn't always find the expression on the physical plane. And my particular type of neurodiversity was then accentuated by certain sort of traumatic events that happened. And of course, the hunger that led to extreme malnutrition that can get doctors to phone the police, that kind of malnutrition. So it was very traumatic. I experienced intense hunger as a child. And then I jumped out of a window for somebody to catch me. At about 3 in the morning. Well, it was still dark, but the sun was rising a little while after that. So maybe it was like 4 in the morning. But anyway, I was getting light a little while after that. And but it was on the first floor, but it was a high flat with high ceilings, and there was a carved out parking lot, which was almost a floor on a steep bank of a hill in Hillbrow. And so instead of it being the customary 5 meters to the window, it was more like 7, 8 meters to the window from the parking lot. I remember because my dad had to stand on tippy toes, and he had to get 2 of those really long brooms and tie them with a third broom between the 2 in order to be able to touch the wood window on the side of the window. It was a very long stick, so it was like easily, 4 times my father's height, standing on his head, for example, that I jumped out of a window to be caught by my father, just as an example. So I had a lot of these situations when I was young. And then when I was 3, I drowned and I crossed over. Drowning is extremely traumatic. And not only did I drown and cross over, but then I watched the universe unravel and basically saw what this universe was as a 3-year-old child. Too much to take in, right? A lot to have to digest. Then, because it would happen across the road from the most advanced hospital in South Africa, then to be resuscitated, to be brought back. And also, luckily, there was mouth to mouth given to me at the pool. In fact, that was when I came back to my body, when the mouth to mouth was being given to me, because I saw her down there giving me mouth to mouth, and I was being pulled back to my body, and I was very unhappy about it, but it was what it was. And I first saw her jumping into the pool, and I realized, no. And then the more she did that mouth to mouth with me, the more I felt myself getting closer and closer to my body until I was in my body and they were rushing me into the hospital. And, so I then experienced, obviously, the universe dissolve and saw the 3 aspects of the universe unravel, and all my memories were taken from my brain. It's a very traumatic experience, all I can say, drowning. And passing from this world is pretty traumatic. I'll level with you. It's not like those daydreams that all the people who think they've had NDEs because they've been on drugs and hospitals experience. No, it's real. It's solid. It's a solid and it's a real experience. And because I was age 3, I didn't have any schisms about what I think is happening or what I believe or my philosophy or ideology. None of that crap. 3 years old, you're pretty much virgin brain, virgin experience. So after that, I was never the same. And I realized immediately that I wasn't like the other children. And I couldn't play with the other children because I couldn't relate to them. I could relate to adults far better than what I could to children, actually. And the adults could sense I was different. And I would draw a circle. I would go into the sandpit and I would draw a circle around myself. Didn't know anything about the occult, but I would draw a circle. I would sit in my circle in a yogi posture. Didn't know anything about yoga, never seen it done. And I would meditate. Didn't know what meditation was, but I would just do it. Because I could remember doing it from past lives, which I was fully engaging with on a daily basis, remembering past incarnations, because I'd realized that this world was a dream. It wasn't real. It was just structures bound together in dream, and that this whole thing was going to pass away, and that this was like a dream inside a bigger dream, kind of. And I'd seen it for myself as a child, so it wasn't something I needed to learn or figure out. It was just coming back and having to put this into context and looking around and seeing how depressed and unhappy all the adults were, noticing they were all afraid of passing from the world and they were living in fear. And I was like, wow. And then the children, I noticed these children had real problems. They were rolling around in the dirt and they were playing weird kinds of nonsense. And I was like, and I remember a teacher coming to me and saying to me, "Are you okay?" Because they were concerned about me. Because when I drew a circle around myself in the sand, all the children would avoid me. None of the children would come near me. I didn't have to tell them to not do it. They just knew intuitively to keep the distance. Sort of like I put a force field up around myself. Effectively, that's what I was doing. And I remember the teacher sitting with me and like, "Why didn't you play with the children?" And I was like, "Look at them. Why don't you play with them? Look at that child. Look what they're doing. They're running around in the dirt." I was like, "Why should I do that? What's the point?" And they were like, "Yeah, but are you happy?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm happy." They were like, "But are you okay?" I said, "Well, what is happiness? Are you happy?" They had to like stop and think. And they were like, "Well, what are you doing sitting here?" I said, "I'm thinking." So what are you thinking about? Thinking about how everybody lives in fear and they're running away from who they are. And they're scared because they're afraid of what happens at the end of life, of passing from this world. And because they're afraid of what comes at the end of life, passing from this world, they are too afraid to really live. And so most people that I see aren't happy. They're unhappy. And it was a bit of a mind blow for her. She hadn't really maybe considered it before. And she was like, "So that's what you're sitting here thinking about?" I was like, "Yeah." Thinking about impermanence in life and, what matters, what's important. So that was like when I was 4 years old. And so I was definitely neurodiverse in a huge way. And I noticed when I went to school, I wasn't like the other children. Didn't take on information the way other children took on information. I couldn't take on the programming the way other children would take on programming. And I couldn't relate to the way other children would relate. And I remember it created a lot of problem for me. There was abuse. I got abused in schools, all sorts of abuse. I got beaten. I was very authentically outspoken because there was no such thing as being afraid. My father was the bravest man I'd ever known in the world. Like, imagine the bravest man you've ever known. Imagine that person on like 1,000 times bravery. That was my dad. And it's not just a boy like fantasizing about his dad. Like, he literally was in the newspapers as being like the hero of my city. Like, he literally was a hero. He was acknowledged by everybody in my neighborhood as being the hero. So he was literally the bravest man you'd ever see. You know, facing potential of ending his life was to him like nothing, because he had these ideologies of spirituality and God in his mind, and he was ready to make peace with fate at any point, which few people have. So people are afraid. And so because I'd watched how my dad was always authentic, I'd learned to be authentic. And because of that, I got abused in schools, physically, psychologically, verbally. I mean, I remember when I was 10 years old, I was picked up by my throat with one hand by the gym teacher and pinned with my neck to the post. And I couldn't breathe, and I was like choking. Just as an example. That's just one event, and how many times I was hit on my hands because I wouldn't do things the way other children did them. I wouldn't write with my right hand. They used to beat me and beat me and beat me all the time. Remember the teacher grabbing me and hitting my funny bone nerve here against the table to the point where it was really, really painful. So like, I had lots of problems when I was young, and then I was being bullied as well because I was different to the other children. So I went to my dad and I learned to fight. Like, Dad, come. We come from a line of boxers. You're going to teach me how to fight. So I learned how to fight. I learned to defend myself. And so I became stronger than all the other children so that I couldn't be bullied. So I solved that problem. Then the teachers, and I became stronger than the teachers to solve that problem too when I was in high school, so that there was like no one that could ever bully me. And so then I felt secure and safe within myself, knowing that I could handle anybody or anything at any point that I had to. And even when I went like from junior school to high school, I had learned how to come to terms with things because I became an alpha male. So it made life easier because I'd learned to be strong and learned to be a warrior. And still my brain wouldn't work the way other children's brains would work. And I wouldn't open textbooks. I wouldn't study. I refused. I had a block against studying. The only thing that I discovered when I was 12 that I wanted to study was the occult sciences, because it was the only thing that could explain the experiences I'd had as a little child, which had been with lots of ESP, extrasensory perception, and seeing those that had passed over, seeing the future, seeing premonitions, like very specific information, you know, like John's going to pass away on that day in a car in that place. That's what's going to happen. This is going to happen like this and like this and like this. That's the date and that time of day. And then it would happen exactly as I said. And like these kind of things happened a lot. And so then my whole neighborhood was afraid of me, and they called me a witch child, devil's cunt, devil's child. And I wasn't allowed to play with the other children. So once again, I was thrust into the second cycle of being separated from other children and having to be isolated from children. And people didn't want their children playing with me because they were afraid of me. And because they thought I had like the devil in me. I was possessed because I could see things that other people couldn't see, and I could tell them things about themselves or their past or their future, or and go into trance, and children would go into trance with me. And we could talk with like one mouth, one words, big group of us. They'd all be entrained into this kind of group, like a psychic group. And we would, the parents, which adults, would get really, really scared. I saw it done on a film a horror film with ghosts and stuff. Like that stuff was happening with me when I was a child. So my neurodiversity was extreme. It wasn't just in my head. It was in my head. It was around me. Other people were witnessing the effects of an intense neurodiversity. And I thought that I was slow. I thought I was in some way damaged from the drowning. And I'd learned to keep all of the supernatural knowledge to myself that I'd seen and stuff, and all of the spiritual stuff. I learned to keep quiet about it because I realized how it affected people. And so I pushed that away and sort of repressed it up to a certain degree. And then I went to high school, and because I got interested in the occult, I found something I was interested in studying. I studied it with an obsession, the way a neurodiverse person would. And I got obsessed with sport, with martial arts, and I trained in an obsessive way. I'm pretty sure I trained harder than everybody in my city except for one person. There was one person who trained harder than me in my city. So I trained the second hardest out of every sports person in my young. And the guy who trained harder than me, he was on a national competition level for martial arts, for basketball, for football, and for running. So he had his colors in 4 sports. Swimming as well, maybe swimming. 5 sports. He was a super sportsman, and he was a great fighter as well. Yeah, he was a great guy as well, and he was very neurodiverse, more than me. And he was really a lovely guy, like a beautiful, beautiful guy. And but after him, I mean, I would train about 30 hours a week, like training, which is, if you think about it, it's a lot of training when you're like 14. Other 14-year-olds don't train like that. And that sort of tempered me. I went in for extreme things, extreme. And so I became extremely focused. And the meditation started at age 12 with my occult training, because I met people. And so that started awakening different recesses of my consciousness. And so I thought I had like a learning disability or something, but because of the meditation and the training, the ritualist training, and learning to develop my gifts more precisely, I learned to overcome the inhibitions that I felt I had. I thought I was slow. I thought I couldn't learn. I thought there was something wrong with my brain, if I'm going to be honest, at some point, but I didn't care. I thought, who cares? Like, I'm the best fighter that there is. I got the fastest reflexes, so what? You know what I mean? Got strengths, I've got weaknesses. I was never caught up in my own nonsense. I just accepted the fact that I wasn't like other people and moved on and carried on. That was life. And I had difficulties in communicating on one-to-one with people. I found it far easier to talk to a group of people just because I really didn't care what they thought. Well, when I was talking one-to-one, I found it very difficult. It took me years to learn to do that. I couldn't have relationships with women because I had these issues. And so my life went through the same difficulties as a typical neurodiverse child experiences, only that they didn't have labels like that in those days. They wanted to put me on Ritalin when I was 10 because I caused a boy to go to the surgery. Like, he had to go to go to hospital, basically. He was the bully. He tried to bully me. And they were like, a 10-year-old doesn't do this, you know. And they wanted to put me on Ritalin. I said, no, sir, I will refuse. You'll never put me on that stuff. There's no ways. Forget it. I said to him, you can't. I only hit him once. He was bullying me. Where were you? You weren't protecting me. I'm the victim here. So they backed off, trying to push me into that corner. I remember the headmaster trying to convince my mother, and I said, no, don't think about convincing my mother. I'll talk to my father. He'll come here and sort you all out. Watch out. You know, that's what I told him, because I knew it was true. My dad would. So anyway, bottom line is I had to learn to cope and deal with all of these things, and meditation became the key. And, you know, after my first 10,000 hours of meditation, I had sort of hit a ground level. I'd had like a reset in the brain. And by the time I got to the second batch of 10,000 hours of meditation, like into the 20Ks and going up and above, I noticed my mental faculties were sharper on every level. So what I thought were inhibitions to learn, I realized was not an inhibition to learn. Was the reason I had an inhibition to learn was because I already knew everything deep down. And all I had to do was go inside and discover what I already know. And so that was actually what I'd realized in deep meditation, was that I had a natural knowledge that the knowledge was already in me. And I had an instinct and an intuition, because I had passed from this world and had my brain wiped clear and then had to come back and start again. And just remembering all the information that had moved through my consciousness when I left and when I came back was quite a lot to take on board from 3 years old. And then realizing the occult was the key to curing my neurodiversity. It really was the key, because that's when I realized that there were lots of children that had had special gifts, and they had been discovered by initiates through the ages of time and trained to develop those gifts. So what seemed to be a crutch of neurodiversity became a powerful gift that they could utilize in life. And so the occult took me through different circles of occult training, and it took me into a path of self-realization, which became the entire thrust of my life. I decided when I was 15 that that would be the path of my life, and that I wouldn't bother with university, because I looked over psychology. I was interested in studying psychology because, of course, I was studying psychology from the age of 12. Found it interesting. Found Jungian psychology interesting. It was recommended by my occult teachers. So I went and looked at it. Found his ideas fascinating. And I used to get on better with adults. I could only have one-on-one conversations easily with adults. Couldn't have them with my peers. I always had a problem relating to my peers on a one-to-one level. I could relate to them in groups more easily. And I was a bit of a clown when it came to the group environments. Namaste, Big Gaz, how you doing? Are you well? Test. Are you testing the waters? Well, I hope you're good. How are you well? I hope my volume is good. It must be good because I've got a whole lot of people in here watching. So I hope you guys are enjoying. Give me feedback. Tell me ideas, questions. Just telling you about my path through neurodiversity towards what I can only consider as being more balanced and harmonized. And I used to find it difficult when I was young, keeping track of conversations as well. And I always thought that had something to do with the THC, you know what I mean? But it had nothing to do with the THC, had nothing to do with the cannabinoids in the end, because I knew when I was practicing intense meditation, the THC and the cannabinoids wouldn't have that effect on me. It was to do with my brain. And it had always been that way since I was young. And so after much meditation, my brain had become harmonized and reintegrated, and the neural pathways had been constructed in a healthy way that I could function with all aspects of my brain in a much more synergistic way, which produced a better state of consciousness where I could remember things more clearly. Namaste, Jennifer, Vincent. I hope you guys are well. Sending you big love, blessings. How are you guys doing, by the way? Nice. Good to hear that, Big Cheese. Checking to see if YouTube banned you. That's a scary thought, man. That's a scary thought. Scary thoughts. I don't even like to go there with the thinking. But I had one video taken down already, and it was a lie. They were lying. They sent me a time clip for when it was the so-called thing that was supposedly happening, but it wasn't. Namaste, namaste, shalom. So anyway, I was having a conversation with someone the other day about neurodiversity, and they were explaining to me their experience of neurodiversity, and they were saying, well, like, you can't relate because, you know, I'm in the neurodiversity and you're not, was basically the gist of it. And it's not something that I talk about because it's not important, but I've been through it. I swam through the ocean of neurodiversity and I had reached the other side. Still being very diverse neurologically. I don't think like other people think. I have my own ideas. I'm very much self-propelled. All my ideas come from me, essentially. I don't take ideas from other people, and I never ever wanted a guru. I spent a lot of time with gurus, but I was never like, oh, guru, give me your guruness. No, I was just like there to tune into their frequency or vibration and pick up on their consciousness field and see what I could learn by the oscillations of vibration happening between my consciousness and theirs. And there was one Guruji that gave me something on the spiritual plane. That was when I was initiated into deep levels of shamanic trance. But it had been a part of my life since I was a child. And very often these neurodiverse children are going into a kind of a trance, and they don't know what it is. The psychologists, they don't understand it. They don't understand shamanism. They don't understand trance. They don't understand the occult powers. How are they supposed to be equipped to know anything really about what's going on with the human consciousness? Because their belief structure takes into account all the surface stuff without going into the deep nature of consciousness. This is important. If one has a worldview that filters out half of the consciousness and half of the mind, and now one wants to explain the other half of the mind that they've got, but they want to think of that as being the entire mind, how far can you get with that notion? When does it get to the point where you have to actually acknowledge that there are deeper aspects of consciousness? When one realizes this, then one starts to, fully appreciate the potentials of the conscious mind. So I'm just going to turn down the volume here, because I noticed that, and everybody's late because I've started the show like an hour early. So people start arriving late. So you guys get like the first hour with me. Hope you can handle that. But otherwise, I go to sleep at like way after midnight. And I don't get to see my girlfriend that much. I get to see her on Sundays. And I still have to take my boy in the mountain every morning. So I have to be up quite early. 6 a.m. I've got to be like getting ready to go up the mountain, basically. So that's my daily routine. The first 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours of my day is my son's. And he's also got a very powerfully neurodiverse consciousness. And I don't see it as being anything, I don't personally ascribe to labels. Personally, I see labels as being problematic, but that's because I've grasped occult psychology as well as contemporary psychology, and understanding that contemporary psychology came from occult psychology, which were the spiritual sciences of consciousness, and understanding what consciousness is, where it arises from, and what the different fields of consciousness are as they become a cohesive, integral structure through which a personality can manifest that aspect of the ego, which is the fundamental root of the self. And so understanding these things obviously gives one an insight that sadly many of the psychologists can't have, because they're looking at the tip of the iceberg and they think that's all there is. They never went under the sea to see the rest of the iceberg. They don't realize that the tip of the iceberg is just 1/9 of the iceberg. The other majority of the iceberg is underneath the water. They don't know this. And so if all you ever look at is the sea from above the water, all you're going to think that iceberg is that. But to somebody who's a diver, right, they're going to have a completely different experience of what an iceberg is, and they'll have much more cohesive understanding of icebergs, what they really are, the true dangers that they represent to a ship. Where the psychologists are the people that look from the top of the water. They never go into the deep waters because they don't know it exists. And they don't have the gifts necessarily to be able to go into the deep water. And those gifts are required. And so the neurodiverse people have the potential gifts. And as a shaman, it is sort of possible for me to look at children and pick up on their gifts and realize there's a particular type of neurodiversity here. It's a particular type of neurodiversity that this one has a propensity towards going into trance, like my son. He has a propensity towards going into trance. His mother was concerned because he used to dance around in a circle and around and around and around and around. He'd do it for 15, 20 minutes. He doesn't do it so much anymore. He does it sometimes. And she would be like, "What's he doing?" And then I opened a clip of a video and I showed her what a Sufi looked like. And she was like, her eyes went big because he looked like a little Sufi. He was doing a little Sufi dance. I explained to her that these people are going into a shamanic trance. They dance round in circles until they go into a trance and they travel out of their bodies to see the nature of reality. Sufism. So, some children have that particular grade of neurodiversity, and there's many different kinds of spiritual gifts, and the different kinds of neurodiversities that children experience are based upon the particular spiritual gifts that they were born with, or that have been triggered into propagation due to particular life experiences. And so there's this double side to the neurodiverse experience. And so having been someone that didn't grow up and learn to cope with neurodiversity like most people would because they went to psychologists, I learned to take it and make it work for me and make me even better than the other people could do things. I took my neurodiversity and I turned it into, like, I'm not just training in martial arts, I'm going to be the best. I'm going to be ready for world championship competition when I'm 15. Not old enough to go and compete, but at least I'd be acknowledged in my country as being one of my best fighters in my country. And I'd be picked for the sparring partner for the South African All-Stars champion adult when he's being sharpened up to go to the world championships, because in the city, there wouldn't be another man more able than myself. So I turned what could have been a challenge into a strength. I turned my mental challenges into mental strengths. The fact that I was able to disassociate more easily than other children, I turned that into a deep gift by practicing meditation to the point where I was meditating, like I said, tens and tens and tens of thousands of hours. 30, 40,000 hours later, my mind feels like it's supercharged, like it's a cannon. It wasn't always like that. I trained it to be like that. And so depending on how hard you prepare to work, and I hear a lot of neurodiverse people saying, well, we can't do this. I thought I couldn't do things when I was young, but I pushed myself and I pushed myself harder and I pushed myself harder and I pushed myself harder until I broke through. And so I was very, very sensitive as a child, much more sensitive than other children on all levels. And obviously this is why the bullying thing happened. So my point is, I think neurodiversity has been turned into a particular thing because of people looking at the tip of the iceberg. And sure, they're doing the best that they can, right? Let's not knock the psychologists. Shame. They went to universities. They were only allowed to study that small bandwidth of psychology because that's all the syllabus allowed. They were only allowed to discuss that small bandwidth of psychology because that's all the syllabus allowed, right? And then to become qualified, they had to regurgitate that small bandwidth of psychology as if it's the fundamental truth. And everybody had to be on the same page. So, you can't blame the psychologists for the limits of their experience and knowledge and wisdom, because they didn't study where does the psychology come from. They didn't go and say, like, so where did Freud get his information from? Where did Jung get his information from? Oh, these guys were studying the occult. Oh, so these guys sort of were like dabbling into the occult psychology. And then they came out and they tried to decode and explain what they had experienced and put it from an esoteric into an exoteric context so that the rest of the people could understand it, so that it could become something that could be controlled, by the establishment through the universities and such. And but then if you really wanted to understand psychology, you'd be, well, I'm not interested in just following what Jung said. I want to know where he got what he was talking about from. Where did he get these ideas? And then you realize there's an ancient body of information. There's an ancient body of knowledge, and it's in every culture. It's in the Vedic knowledge. It's in the egregoric knowledge of the West. It's in the egregoric knowledge of the Kabbalah, of the Shemites. It's in the egregoric knowledge of the Hermetics. It's in the egregoric knowledge of the shamanic traditions. The Navajo Indians, the American Indians, they've got their own body of knowledge of understanding how the psyche works. And so when you start to study these ancient forms of psychology, what I call spiritual psychology, occult psychology, one starts to get a far more complete idea of the entire iceberg, not just the tip of the iceberg. And so we can only wish that in the future, psychologists will be able to broaden their web of learning and not be forced to go down particular very narrow roads of information. It's the reason I never went to study psychology. I really looked at it when I was about 15 because I was considering it. And when I actually looked at their syllabus and looked at their textbooks and actually started submerging myself into them, I was like, oh, well, this is sort of like a little bit of that psychology being sort of trying to be repackaged, but it's really, they've missed the point. Like they should really go back to the source, to the root, where the information comes from to begin with. So I think that it's important for us to recognize. So this brings us to like one of the very important points, right? In the label here, it says neurodiversity in an age of Notarikon-Wielding PSYOP agents. It's quite a mouthful, huh? You gotta love it. So this brings us to the real crux. What is an anagram? What is an anagram? Well, we know what an anagram is. An anagram is when you take a phrase or a sentence and you take the first letters and you create a word out of those first letters, right? Classic example, ADHD. What does that stand for? Attention deficit hyper. What is it? Attention deficit hyperdeficit disorder. I think, is that it? Hyperdeficit disorder, something like that. And have I got that right? Attention deficit hyperattention disorder. Anyway, you look at this anagram, and that's what we call ADHD. And many of the so-called labels are created by anagrams. Now, anagrams got made popular by the military originally, as those of you that have researched it would know. Where did they get it from? Well, in the Kabbalah, you've all heard of Gematria. I'm guessing that all of you that have come to this space have heard of Gematria and know what a Gematria is. And that Gematria is rather... Gematria is studying the associations between different words, numerologically, and being able to calculate the numbers of words and being able to draw associations and connections between those words and other words due to the numerological identification that they have. And so to be able to relate to this is Gematria. We all have heard the Gematria term thrown. Everybody thinks about it. They talk about numerology. They talk about Gematria. In the Kabbalah, there's 3 ways of permuting. So you've got Temura. Temura is a little bit more complex than Gematria. It's used in the Kabbalah quite extensively, and in the Paleo-Hebrew traditions and the traditions of the Shemites, which come from Phoenicia. And that is to do with drawing particular connections and associations between certain letters of the alphabet, right? Difficult to explain. Okay, so let's say you cut the original Shemitic alphabet, which comes from Chaldea, which became Paleo-Hebrew, which became Aramic, which became Hebrew and Arabic. You cut them in half. Then you can draw an association between the first letter and the 12th letter, the second letter and the 13th letter, the third letter and the 14th letter. And so the one becomes an occult representation of the other one. This is just an example. Another way that you could draw an association would be between the first letter and the last letter, the second letter and the second last letter, the third letter and the third last letter. That's another way of drawing associations with Temura, for example. And so these, you can then permutate words to create other words and then be able to gain an insight into your original word by looking at other words that have permutations of these particular types of permutations applied to it. I hope it's not too complex. But anyway, that's a basic crash course idea of what Temura is. Now, the other one is Notarikon. Now, Notarikon has got to do with taking particular phrases of words and using those phrases to create other words. Now, the Notarikon was specifically used when creating power words. These are words that are designed to induce certain kinds of dissociative alterations in the consciousness field for practical ritual work. Those of you that do the lesser banishing pentagram rituals in occult practice would understand what I'm talking about. There's a particular phrase, Aleph, Jimal, Lamet, Aleph, Akjela. This word is built out of this form of permutation of language, which we call Notarikon. And it's essentially building anagrams. And they'll take a particular phrase out of the Torah, which relates to holy words being said, and break it down and create a power word with the first letter of each, so that you can chant that word over and over to go into a trance, and so that that word will represent all of the associative ideas, and you'd be altering your consciousness into many diverse potentials with a single word. It's very important to understand how this disassociation works. It's controlled disassociation. It's the occult. It's magic. Altering consciousness at will using mantra. So this is what Notarikon is. Creating anagrams. Suddenly we have an insight into why the military does it. They create anagrams, and we see psychology does it as well. And so these anagrams that are being created by psychologists, this is where this comes from. This is where the psychologists originally learned to do this. And it was done in ancient Greek as well, not just in Kabbalistic thought. And Coptic, it was done in many of the ancient languages by the great philosophers that were contemplating the nature of the word, right? And those that were studying the nature of the word were considered to be students of the logos, right? The logos. So to understand this is to understand the nature of the occult sciences as a whole, as being recognizing the power of the word to shape consciousness. So there's a little bit of an idea into what Notarikon is and an insight into where it comes from. Now we can understand what I was talking about earlier, how psychologists were getting their lore from the occult, but they just don't know it because they don't have the background. You need to have the background in the occult to be able to look at psychology with the background of the occult, to be able to understand what's going on. Then it's all, oh, right, I know this is, it's from there. Oh, that's, I know that it's from there. It becomes very obvious to somebody that's properly trained in a broad sphere of occult sciences and esoteric occult knowledge. It will become very frighteningly obvious to them. And so basically, this Notarikon is like a way to create powerful words. And these words will have a powerful subliminal effect on consciousness. This is why I use the word disassociation. The reason the words were created is so that you can imply ideas to the subconscious without saying them consciously. I want you to understand what's going on here. It's a form of auto-hypnotic suggestion. Fundamentally, that's what it is. You know, in its brass tacks. Just want to turn this volume down because I don't want notifications to beep and make a whole lot of noise while I'm on my live. So to understand how this works is to understand what Notarikon was, why it was used by the occultists, and what actual use it has in occult works, what its actual practical application is. So when you create an anagram, you are using subtle suggestion. That's the purpose behind Notarikon, to create power words that have subtle suggestion. So if you use these words when talking to a group of people, you can affect their subconscious. If I label you with an anagram, I can affect you in ways that you might not be consciously aware of. This is how spells work. I want you to consider, for example, how people will make a sign. And it's a big part of the occult practices, right? You'll draw a glyph out of letters, right? And these signs will become an occult sign that implies a word or a phrase of words that only the magician will really fully understand. And this is called a sigil. So sigil magic is really the beginnings of where the occult magic started. But another branch of sigil magic is Notarikon, is anagrams, is where the psychologists draw this knowledge from in order to create these labels. So for those of you that have always felt difficult about these labels, and you've intuitively and emotionally just grasped that there was something fundamentally weird about this labeling process, you might now understand where it comes from and why you feel the way you do. Namaste, dear Mooney. What a pleasure. What a pleasure to have Mooney here. Peace and blessings to you, dear Mooney. For those of you that don't know Mooney, Mooney's lovely. I was hoping she'd be able to join us. She's busy. She's got children and work and businesses to run. And bless you, dear Mooney. She did a great live I started watching with her and Gabriel. I want to get back to watching that at some point, which is really lovely because Mooney gives a bit of an idea about who she is. I haven't actually heard her talking about herself much. So go and check her out. The Moonverse. Just there she is in the group chat. Just follow her. Go and take a look at her channel. You'll see she's an empath. And so she'll also be able to probably shed a lot of insight if she was here. And into the nature of this neurodiverse condition. Because there's a lot of people that have learned to thrive, learned to take these diversities, these diverse aspects of consciousness, and not turn them into a crutch or something, but turn them into like a strength and flow with them. Become proud of how you're different, and use that difference to become stronger to the point where you become almost a force into nature. And this is sort of like why the shaman would choose from those children that were neurodiverse. Namaste, Bernadine. I hope you're well. I hope you're thriving. It's lovely to have you guys here. Big love to all of you. And yeah, Jennifer, you're saying it, dear. You're saying it, you know. Sigils are so much a part. Go and look at corporate logos for a moment. Just go and take a look at them. Oh my gosh. Just look at what's going on in the world. So sigils are being used heavily, and anagrams have become a big part of the English language. And it's sort of an occult use of the logos of the word. And so I have personally always had an issue with many of these anagrams constructed by psychologists because they don't understand the neurolinguistic properties of the words that they're using. Unfortunately, all psychologists don't study neurolinguistic programming. I don't understand how this world has become this way, but it is. It's a specialized science. It's a specialized branch of psychology, and it would be so useful if all the psychologists that were going to study psychology had to understand the full depth of NLP before they went into psychology. It would probably help them to be a lot more efficient and better at their work. Sort of the same way, imagine doctors were to actually study nutrition. Yeah, imagine how much better they would be at their jobs. Just think about it. How much of health is based upon nutrition? How can you be a doctor if you do not know anything about nutrition? There are a lot of questions we've got to ask about the way the systems operate, the systems that regulate the world. So, yeah, I went through this neurodiversity as a child, and I've seen a lot of neurodiverse children as well. I used to work with children that were from broken homes and from difficult lives and difficult things that happen in their lives, and they've been abused and such. And I used to teach creativity workshops next to the Thames where they have all the NGOs operating. I can't remember what that place is called. There's a huge, long place where all the NGOs get basically given rooms. It's sort of got to do with the government grant. Anyway, and I used to go and teach creativity workshops with drumming and music and vocals and poetry to children. And I discovered so many neurodiverse children. Namaste, dear brother. How are you? Indy Sage, the shadow worker, has stepped forth from the deep shadows of the subconscious mind to bring to us some notion of how we repress our subconscious and how this is so close to the finger of the pulse of neurodiversity. You know, shadow work and neurodiversity are so close. To understand, like, he is somebody that has also overcome certain neurodiverse. I'm sure he'll tell us, like, he's been through a lot in life. And I think very often, like, the things that happen to us in life cause us to become challenged mentally. I know a lot of people in life do get it, but when we overcome those things, we become more powerful than ever. Anyway, dear brother Indy Sage is a great thinker. He's an anthropologically inspired soul. Anthropology is a big part of his lingo, and of course, occult sciences from all over the globe. And working with shadow work is how he helps people. So, namaste. It's an honor to have you on the show, and welcome, dear brother. Please do tell us about
this morning.
You think so far?
Neurodivergence has always fascinated me. It's kind of a newer term to me, but I had always heard of mental divergence from the movie 12 Monkeys. And so I had always kind of had that in the back of my mind. And when I heard neurodivergence, I had thought of that. Now, for those who are not familiar, in the 12 Monkeys, they're in a mental asylum, and there's a man there that has mental divergence. He mentions that he goes to the planet Ogo, and he's there to see the barbaric hordes being regulated by the oligarchy that oversees them there on planet Ogo. And he says that he goes there to get away from it all here. When he can't tolerate the stress here, he'll go there. But when he's able to come back to here and stay here, he'll be doing better, and he'll have overcome his mental divergence. It's interesting in the movie because the main character, Bruce Willis, spoiler alert for those who haven't seen it, is there from the future, and he's doubtful about whether he's really traveling through time or whether it's in his mind. So that guy really messes with his head. But as far as neurodivergence goes, I've always had OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, and I always wondered how they consider that a disorder. But through neurodivergence, they're kind of looking at the positive side of these different perspectives. And that's kind of how it's being seen, as people have a different way of seeing the world that's divergent from the normal view. And so that can help us gain perspective and insight from allowing us to respect those viewpoints and those perspectives as something of its own that has merit. And so I know my girlfriend has attention deficit hyperactive disorder. That's another one of the neurodivergent pathways that one can have. And I had a friend in high school that had Asperger's syndrome. For those of you who aren't familiar, that's on the autism spectrum. It's a diminished autism. And so I always kind of felt like I had Asperger's syndrome. People always tell me, no, you don't have that. But I've always felt like there's been something that's different about me that's been hard to fit in with the collective. I felt like, what's different about me? I was always looking for that thing. Do I have Rh negative blood? I was like, oh yeah, that sounds like me. But no, I don't have that. But I do appeal to the power of the Rh negative blood people. I try to keep them around me. They can be predisposed to having psychic capabilities that are a little bit more pronounced than most, I would say, from my experience. One of my experiences is that they have copper-rich blood, and oftentimes when they touch your electronics, they will short them out. And they have a lot of energy in their system, and the copper-rich blood will just destroy electronics. I don't know why. But
that was a big problem for me my whole life when I was young. I had to learn how to control my thoughts to not damage technology.
Exactly. And it's like the line of thinking of thoughts that's damaging the technology is kind of where we want to go, but it becomes so inconvenient that we try to steer away from it. And it makes me wonder where we would have ended up if we're allowed to have those thoughts more without being discouraged. But yeah, it's always so interesting. In my work as a shadow worker, it's always interesting to see how we end up coping and developing these different perspectives to deal with some of the things that we go through in our lives. I'm also somewhat of a hoarder. I think a lot of people with OCD have an element of that. And I was recently told that hoarders tend to want to hold on to things and value things that are discarded because they feel like they were discarded. as a child, neglected, discarded, forgotten, ignored. And so when there's things that have been discarded out in the road, people think, well, that's like me. I feel like if they don't love those things, I will. And those things won't abandon me. They'll still be reliable. They'll stay by my side. And I'll love them. They give them the love they need. And so it's kind of a mutually beneficial relationship at face value. But sometimes when it gets to be a little much, it can be out of control. And I've been able to help people with that. I've had a job where I was doing an organization business, and I would help people organize their garages, basements, attics, and such. And I worked with a couple of people that you could not walk into the home. There used to be a path you could get through, and it's just at some points they'll have a home that they own, and it's a wonderful home, but they can't move in it. It's just so full. And there's a different type of obsessive compulsive disorder. That's the mental disorder as opposed to the emotional disorder. The mental disorder, those people can lock themselves in a bathroom for the rest of their lives. That's been known to happen. Become agoraphobic. So there's a big range of diversity amongst OCD. And I'm here to be a proponent of that, support that today. But I'm always supportive of all the other elements of neurodivergence as well.
Yeah, that's very interesting what you say. And unfortunately, like you say, a lot of the neurodivergent qualities have been turned into challenges that become problematic for people's lives. Like you mentioned, someone wanting to lock themselves in a room. And possibly in a correct environment, that person would become an ascetic.
Right.
And they would become incredibly wise. They'd go and lock themselves up in nature in a cave somewhere and live and contemplate nature of life. And we need those people. Those would become the shaman as well. They would become the wise women, the wise elders of society. They would come out of their cave once in a while to talk to the masses and explain to them, listen, this is what's going on. I've really sat down and thought about it. You're all busy in your day-to-day lives. I sit in my cave all day, and all I do is I think about what's going on. And you know what I've thought about a lot is this. Let me tell you about it. And but unfortunately, in the modern society, it doesn't allow for that. You have to be like everybody else, financially viable. And so this financial viability becomes a profound crutch that we all have to bear, hobbling through life with this financial viability crutch. And so it doesn't leave space for people to be themselves. And it's interesting, I was talking to Eleanor, my partner, about this, because she's got a lot of insight. And her view was, and I agree with her, because the world is becoming more controlled and controlling. Everything is controlled. When I was young, you could cross the road just about anywhere you wanted, right? Now, you might be done for jaywalking. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
And there was a lot more freedom than what there is now. And I think as the world becomes more tight, everything is controlled. Social networking is controlled. What you're allowed to say, what we're allowed to say here is controlled, right? The show will be kicked off. The show will be deleted if we don't say what is okay to be said according to other people's opinions. And so schools are becoming more controlled to the point where everybody wants, the authorities want everybody diagnosed. Do you know what actually brought to me to make me want to do this show? On Monday, my son's mother found out from her 25-year-old daughter that her work had pushed her to becoming diagnosed. Okay. She didn't have a problem at work. Let me tell you about this person. This person went to high school and they were one of the top people in their class. They then won a full scholarship because of their high academic ability. And so they got a full scholarship where they went to study computer programming, I think, something along those lines, for free. They then did really well in their studies, came out of university and got a good job, and they've been in the same job They've been very productive and very good at their work, and they've not had a single problem. Yet their work wants to try and get everybody in the business, everybody in the work diagnosed. So now this 25-year-old person who's highly successful, and also, might I say, she's very successful socially as well. She was very socially popular in her high school. She had lots of friends. She never had problems relating to her peers. You know, she's now, like you say, she's got neurodiversity. She's got a few labels attached to her. And it's because the work wanted it. And when I heard this from my son's mother, this was about 4 days ago, or was it Tuesday that we were talking about this, Tuesday morning, I was like shocked because I knew her daughter, and I was like, why her? Like she doesn't need any help. She's doing well. She's making good money. She's got a good job. She's in a relationship that she's been in, a solid relationship for 6 years. Right? She got into a relationship when she was 18 and she's now 25 and she's still in the same relationship. They're probably going to get married and have babies. Do you know what I'm saying? Like what problem does she have that she needs to be diagnosed with some kind of a condition? But now she's got a whole lot of, and I've noticed this with other people I've known. I've had people telling me this as well. And so that really got me thinking, like, this is a topic that needs to be discussed. And I think it has a lot to do with what is the deep state plan for this? Because looking at neurodiversity as a personal thing is like what we've been talking about. But when we look at on a collective level, like, what is the overall plan of the deep state? Why do they want to push this agenda? Because neurodiversity has always been around. It does seem to be becoming more pronounced because, like my partner says, the more controlled and the more the world pushes against you, the more the education system becomes controlling and suffocating for children, the more there's a sort of inner rebelliousness in the children of not wanting to proverbially play ball. And so that looks like what neurodiversity is. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a little fishy how they're kind of trying to put a good spin on diagnosing people with disorders. I think they need to rework the entire system. If they're really going to try to put a good spin on this, they don't need to associate it with DSM, psychological and mental disorders. I think they need to associate this with the perspectives of a viewpoint instead. And so when they attach that, you have to wonder, are they going to use this against me in the future? Because it might seem nice now when they put a good spin on it, but they can hold that against you if you're not capable of working, because that becomes something that's a disability that makes you ineligible for work, and you've identified with that now officially. That could become a problem. So I usually try to stay under the radar, and I like to try to be my own doctor in a lot of things because I've done a lot of research on it and I've got good intuition on this stuff. Being able to have both is a real deal breaker, because to not have it, because with all this misinformation and disinformation, you could go through all that information and get through 99% of it and see that great information that's out there and get caught up with something that's 1% of misinformation and disinformation and throw you off the rails. So it's important to listen to your doctor if you're not trying to take that challenge into your hands. But for those of us who are out there that are trying to practice Eastern medicine with naturopathy and customized dieting, because your food is a medicine, I've found that can be very powerful. And I don't feel like it necessarily means that you need to get away from Western medicine. It's great supplementally, and it will prevent you having to need emergency medical care more, which is good for everybody. So I feel like it's kind of been demonized by the West because it's not easy to make profit off of people that aren't engaged in the medical system. So they want to deter the people from being outside of it, I think, a lot of times. But they do have integrative medicine now, which is not covered by insurance, but it could show people that, look, we do want medicine, but we want better healthcare. We want functional medicine, or also known as integrative medicine, which integrates Eastern and Western medicine. And it's very cutting edge. When you go into functional medicine, they'll not only test you for the typical things they would test you with Western medicine, with your blood test, but they'll also test your vitamin levels, your neurotransmitters, your hormones, and they'll give you feedback on where you're at and try to come up with strategies to put you into a harmonic balance with your lifestyle and diet, prescriptions that they give you first before having to resort to medications or surgeries or anything like that. But it can be very helpful for a lot of people, and not everybody's for it though, but it's been a real lifesaver for me in my life. Being able to overcome multiple chronic disorders that I was told were going to be a definite prognosis of death, and I've been able to survive those prognoses, and I've overcome near-death experiences several times. I feel like having the determination and the imagination to succeed allows you to overcome things like this. Whereas a lot of people who carry fear, they would not necessarily make it through those situations as well. So it's part of that comes from having a deep yearning and desire to be here, having a purpose to be here and wanting to stick around to do that purpose. So for me, that's strong. I've been through a lot of things in the past, and I've been able to transform my life. So I want to be able to share these gifts for people that are looking for them. If they're out there seeking some insights, transformation, I want to be out there to provide some wisdom.
Yeah, you bring up some very interesting points. Like, I'm just looking at the figures. So in South Africa, some health insurance covers Ayurvedic medicine. We've got Ayurvedic hospital. We don't have them here in Cape Town, but we've got an Ayurvedic hospital in Durban, because there's a lot of Vedically inspired people, Indian people that speak, Indian languages, and that kind of curry food is very popular there. And so there are a lot of people that come from that cultural tradition. And so there's a Ayurvedic hospital that does get covered up to a point. And South Africa is a little bit of a trailblazer, because up to a point, there are a number of health insurance companies that will actually cover traditional medicine up to a point, which is Zulu and Xhosa traditional medicine, shamanic traditional medicine, and Ayurvedic traditional medicine, specifically Ayurveda, because it's controlled by the, what is that organization? By the AHPCSA, you see, the Allied Health Professions Council of South Africa. There we see these anagrams again, right? This is Notarikon, spells. They create these bodies, and nobody really understands what they are. They got these letters, right? And then they can be like, just know that this Notarikon phrase, this word that we've created, these people decide. That's all we need to know. They're the boss. They tell you whether it's okay or not, because you can't decide for yourself. But what you bring up a very interesting point of people like looking into other forms of medicine, like Chinese medicine, Ayurvedic medicine. These are registered medicines in many countries, and you can take a look. They are very often, they'll be covered by health insurance, depending on the health insurance companies. They all have different practices, really. But there's something in this to recognize. In the UK, they don't have this kind of liberty, because it's all NHS controlled. And NHS looks good from the surface, but it sort of streams everything into one thing. And we've seen how the NHS has been failing over the course of the last 5-6 years after the pinprick experiment. So we've got a lot going on in the world when it comes to healthcare. And I think you're completely right in what you say. And it's very interesting, looking at this collective use of these phrases. And I personally agree with you. It's like I was speaking to a neurodivergent person recently, and I was saying to them that I have an issue with the word disorder. And they were like saying to me, no. The word disorder just means different. And I was like, no. They were like, yeah, it just means different. And I was like, actually, there's etymology and there's actual meaning of the word. And our beliefs of what the word means is not going to change the way the subconscious is going to embrace the word. because the subconscious embraces the word based upon onomatopoeic resonance. And so words have got meanings and power to them. And I personally feel like, the next level is for us, all people in the world, to become conscious and aware. For those of us with occult and spiritual knowledge, we need to be bringing awareness to this so that the psychologist community can wake up and realize that they want to use more embracive and inclusive terms. What do you think? When it comes to these kind of, like you mentioned, what kind of terms could they be using that could be more productive?
Yeah, it's a good question. I feel like they could change the terms for sure. That would help a lot. But also they could kind of change the outlook on what the disorder is. Maybe more focused on the root cause of the disorder. What was the issue that led to this, and how can we overcome that root cause? I feel like that would be the right approach, because focusing on the symptoms and trying to make people into a cash cow for prescription medicines is kind of rife in our society right now. They'll do a lot to put you on something for life, but they won't tell you you don't have to be on this. You could just have a diet which would actually heal this. I think hypothyroidism is a great example of that. A lot of people aren't getting enough selenium and iodine in their diet, and so they go on a thyroid pill for their whole life, when it's been shown that actually taking iodine and selenium in your diet from Brazil nuts and salmon or things like that can actually heal your hypothyroidism. And that's becoming a very prevalent thing right now. It's kind of an epidemic.
That's a very good point. And I've often drawn a very close association. The brain. So there are many forms of malnutrition, right? And I often wondered whether some of my neurodiversity as a child stemmed from the fact that I had suffered acute malnutrition as a child. But there are some forms of malnutrition that aren't obvious on the surface. And the brain is a very sensitive instrument. Like you say, a little bit too little of this, a little bit too much of that, a little bit not the right balance of certain nutrients can cause reactions in the neurology. And then these reactions can be diagnosed as XYZ, 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 and nobody went to the root cause and thought, actually, you're suffering a certain deficiency of this, 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 and this. When you fix that up, your brain's going to operate more efficiently. And so the negative traits that are witnessed by people that are suffering with what they call neurodiversity could very often relate to diet. It's not all, but much of what people are experiencing could be. And I've often known people to come to me and say that their children went through all sorts of stuff and they changed the diet and the children changed.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Functional medicine, they'll say that a lot. They were surprised when they're trying to take care of a gut issue, and it healed like 3 other issues, usually a mood problem, and then like a skin problem, and like something else, maybe like bad breath or something. But oftentimes when we have gut problems, it shows in our body odors, and then it will eventually show in our mood, and it can lead to anxiety problems. It can lead to panic attacks. It can lead to a lot of things, anger management issues. If we're more aware of how our diet can play on that, we can have more power in our hands to be able to get our health back.
Yeah, I think that's probably a big thing. It's probably a big deal, and it's something that really needs to be looked at. And unfortunately, the fact that doctors don't study nutrition, I think, is really at the root cause of the problem here. And I think it's something that we all need to be taking personal responsibility for. People should all be writing letters to the universities and to the government. This is something I actually haven't done, but I should probably do it. Complaining about the facts that doctors don't know about nutrition, and saying that it's a blind spot for medicine, and that nutrition is something that should be added into the doctor's toolkit in universities. It should be considered. I think, what do you think? If enough public opinion starts to sway on that notion and people start complaining to their GPs and to their members of parliament in writing, and I mean a lot of people, could we change this?
Yeah, we definitely could. And I think a lot of people know that that's an issue, but I think one of the issues that people don't realize how impacting diet can be, because the doctors oftentimes, well, they'll have really good defense mechanisms. They'll say, wait, are you a doctor? Did you get a 6-8 year degree? No. Then try not to go online and pretend like you're a doctor, because you're not. Leave it to the professionals. That's what they tell me when I go in there, and I'll tell them, hey, this is what I've been doing for it. It's been working great. They're like, don't do that. You're going to do what I tell you. So it's an interesting dynamic there. I feel like one thing is that people don't realize that diet's impacting. Another thing is that the doctors don't realize that it's impacting either. And I feel like a lot of them are skeptical. They think that's kind of pseudoscientific, because up until now, up until this year, there has never been peer-reviewed studies to support the benefits of vitamins. They've always said that there's no evidence to show that vitamins ever done anything good for anyone. It could be just a scam, profiteering scam. I don't know about you guys out there in the audience. I take vitamins, and I've seen a huge impact and difference from the vitamins. Now, not all vitamins work for everybody. You gotta, try to take the vitamin, see how it works on you. If you feel like there might be an issue, it's good to try to take an elimination diet and see if you feel better without it. But fish oil, and vitamin E have both been shown to reduce the risk of heart disease, which is the #1 cause of death for humans. And these are in peer-reviewed studies now. And be able to do these studies, it costs millions of dollars. It's usually a corporation that has to do these kinds of studies, because privately funded industry doesn't usually have the ability to do that. But now there's been so much good benefits from fish oil that we've found that it's really shown scientifically to help. And so that's going to be a big thing for people that have only been relying on the prescriptions and can now go to the naturopathic route and also use that supplementally. Can be good. Now, sometimes when you go on these prescriptions, they make it so that you can't use these things that are good for your heart, like grapefruit or fish oil, because they might have blood thinners and blood pressure medicines, statins and things like that would mess you up if you were to take the good foods that would normally help you. So sometimes these prescriptions would make it so that you can't even use the naturopathic foods anymore. And then in those people's minds, it's like a boundary you can never leap over. It's like, if I were to be able to eat that food, I'd have to put myself in danger of going off this medication. And then if that food didn't help me, I could put myself at risk. So it can be really hard for people to navigate the obstacles that these doctors put in front of them as far as taking their health into their own hands. So it'd be great to see that people doing more testimonials of how naturopathic food and lifestyle changes have impacted their health, and that's helped me come into it more and see the power of it more from personal testimonies. Not because they're trying to sell a product, just because they want to help people.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I personally don't take supplements, but like you mentioned, vitamin E, I eat an extremely large amount of avocado because it's got those fats that you need.
Mm-hmm.
And when I eat my avocado, most of the vitamin E is under the skin. So you've got to take a spoon, you've got to scrape out the really dark right underneath the skin, and it's got like a bitter flavor. And if you've ever taken vitamin E capsules, it's got that like bitter flavor. When you find that bitter flavor in foods, go for it. So I dose myself up on vitamin E from avocado skins and eat a lot of avocado because it's rich in vitamin E. And I eat, like, what did I eat yesterday? What did I make? Broccoli, a lot of broccoli. So like I'll eat like a big plate of vegetables, like lots of vegetables, lots of broccoli, lots of green beans, black beans, chickpeas, you know, lots of high nutrients, smoothies. I'll put like crushed cashew nuts into my smoothie, and crushed almonds, and peanuts. That's just pure peanut. I get peanut butter that's just basically crushed peanuts. And so I'll like put in all these things. I eat a lot of extra virgin olive oil. I eat a lot of extra virgin coconut oil, but raw. I never cook them. Like I put them on the food after I've cooked the food to make sure, like you say, the omegas, that's what you're getting in those fish oils, right? You're getting high levels of omega. You're getting a lot of omega oil. And you need all these omegas. Like, we have not been taught as a society how to eat properly. And when you don't get enough omega oils, like you say, that fish oil story, that boosts your brain potential, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So if you're suffering from challenges of neurodiversity and you start updating your omega oils and your vitamin E and various other different vitamin B complexes and things, then it might make it easier. So there's a lot that people don't really know in the establishment circles, which is sort of, it's sad, but dietitians know this, nutritionists know this, some of them, many of them. I'm sure there must be some really good nutritionists out there. But like you say, a lot of the cutting edge science has only really been coming to light now. So the nutritionists of the future will start to get access on the peer-reviewed knowledge that's being released this year. And so it's going to take time for this information and knowledge to filter through into the establishment circles where people get degrees and qualifications that have to follow the writing in the textbook. And in the same way that, it was told to us 10 years ago that the endocannabinoid system is nothing. Now, the peer-reviewed science has changed. The endocannabinoid system is really, really important, fundamentally important. So, the cannabinoids that we're getting from foods, and there's a lot of in different vegetables and different foods, we never considered as being important. And the different flavors that we get, overcooking your food, for example, destroys a lot of the flavors. And so we've now noticed that the endocannabinoid system is very much affected by terpenes. And when you overcook your food loses all its terpenes. They break down many of the terpenes. We've now realized that the terpenes in food have an effect on the endocannabinoid system. And the endocannabinoid system acts as a go-between the neurological and hormonal systems, the emotional and mental systems. And so very often neurodiversity could relate to issues within the endocannabinoid system, which also relates very strongly to the immune system. And so there's these fundamental connections between all these systems in the body. And so you'll go to a person who specializes in the immune system, or you'll go to a person who specializes in diet, or you'll go to a person who specializes as a psychologist. But unfortunately, they don't have this cohesive information. You don't have a person you can go to that knows about all of these things, and they can actually really look at, like you were saying, Indy, what's really going on? What's the source? Where are these things stemming from? And I think that there's a lot of research that's going to come out in the near future. And we're speaking in terms of the collective. And I think, we are responsible as a collective for how we think about neurodiversity and how we talk about it, and the respect that we give people that feel neurodiverse. I think there's been a really bad attitude towards it in the past, and on some level that has changed, which is positive, right? People have become more accepting and more welcoming and integrative towards people that are different. But still, I think there's still a lot of work to be done. What would you say about how the collective and the personal points meet in this public opinion story?
Yeah, I would think they probably meet. I don't know, at the grocery store, I feel like there's so much stuff that people take in their diet. Once they realize that diet can be helpful, I think they'll start to realize that some of the damaging aspects of diet that they haven't really been considering, because a lot of the main staples of, like, especially the standard American diet, which is the SAD lifestyle, standard American diet acronym. When you understand that something can help you, and you try, and it helps you with as a remedy for whatever malady you have, then you might start to realize, like, which one of these things in my food is causing issues for me. Is there anything that I'm taking that can be replaced with something good? And I think for everybody it's something different, and you have to consider, like, what's your predisposition in your family? Do y'all have anxiety issues? You have anger? Do you have cancer or diabetes predispositions? Based on what you're predisposed to, it's good to try to have a diet that's going to not feed into what some of your risk factors are. So oftentimes people will start to realize that, like, certain things are not just a risk factor for you. Certain things are a risk factor for everyone. Like, particularly food dyes. They cause neurological damage in the nervous system and the brain, and cause learning problems and deficits. Now, when the FDA was questioned about why do we allow these food dyes in our foods, and they said, well, only in America are we allowed to put these in without a warning label, so we don't really market them outside the United States. And when they asked, why did the Americans not question this? And they said, well, the Americans kind of like brighter foods. So that's what they're telling us, that because Americans like brighter foods, they're allowed to put these poisons in there that just are marketed as a food dye or a preservative. But really what it comes down to is that Americans don't tend to really question the food weapon system, is what I've been seeing it as. And that was a phrase that was given to me by actually David Wilcock before he sold out. But I feel like there's a big issue. They were in the beginning of this food weapon system with the Babylonian mystery school, that they've taken this food diet to weaken us, to weaken the collective, so that we are less capable of revolting or rebelling. And a lot of that has been started with honey and milk. I think we all know that milk is not something that's supposed to be drank by anything other than an infant of that species. You drink the milk of another species, when it's raw milk, is not that damaging. But homogenized and pasteurized milk with added antibiotics and estrogen for 1,000-pound beast cows is a little out of control for us. And if you look at how many foods have milk or soy or wheat in them, it's most foods. So when we look at these genetically modified foods, there's really no clear delineation of how damaging they could be. But when we look at rodent studies, 3 generations of consumption of genetically modified foods has led to sterility in all rodent studies. So there's a good chance that genetically modified foods have been pushed out there to weaken our endocrine systems, and could lead to problems with our endocrine systems, maybe orientation of children, maybe fertility or virility. Maybe it could just affect aging for males. When our testosterone levels get lower, aging becomes an issue. We can become bald or lose muscle mass at younger ages. And so we're seeing a lot of this stuff, and a lot of people aren't really equivocating this to be a part of diet. But when we can start to understand how much an impact diet can have on this stuff, I think it can make a huge impact on us, for every person and for the collective as a whole. Oh, you're muted, Franklin. I can't hear you.
Thank you, my brother. I was just saying, what you're saying is so on point, and I'm going to present my screen for a moment. Maybe I will share entire screen. Yeah, let's roll, baby. So There you can see my entire screen. Let me entire screen it up to full screen layout for a moment. Now, I won't be able to see, but tell me if you are seeing what I'm seeing. Can you see what I'm seeing? Is there a new page there with writing on it about tartrazine effects on ADHD? Yeah?
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Tartrazine.
So there's actual studies that have been done connecting tartrazine to ADHD in children. The evidence is not conclusive in the US, but it was conclusive in the UK. In a court case in when I was in school, there was a court case in England that proved a connection with mental effects on children by tartrazine, and it was banned in the UK, so it's not lawfully allowed in the UK because of court, unless they've changed the law. But I'm pretty sure it's by a court order, it's not allowed. So they removed it from all South African products, right? And it was a big story in the media here. We're talking about 30 years ago. And then they created the improved version, which is sodium benzoate, which is common, right? And so it hasn't been proved in a court of law in America, so it's not conclusive, right? It's conclusive when it's basically been proved in front of a judge and the judge has dropped the hammer. Then there's no doubt about it, like in the UK. So it's very interesting. A lot of foods have got tartrazine in them. We can also look at sodium benzoate, right? So sodium benzoate has also been linked to attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. Yeah. And, a study of 473 college students found that those who consumed more sodium benzoate had higher ADHD scores. Now, for example, you can go to an abstract here. Now, this is, where is this? This is FACB. So this is from research documents. And you can go and take a look at the, this is the FACEB journal. So this isn't some conspiracy website or something. This is like, this is where scientists go to put their information into medical journals. Sodium benzoate intake was positively correlated with ADHD screener score. Okay, so this is where they're getting that information from on Google, just in case it's not just being made up. So we can see there's this powerful connection, and we can figure out that there's definitely something going on here. Just let me find where there was a. Okay, so this is Wiley, National Student. So according to the National Institute of Health, right? NIH, sodium benzoate rich beverage consumption is associated with increased reporting of ADHD symptoms. So this isn't just somebody coming up with a theory. This is being recognized by large organizations, and National Library of Medicine, yeah, National Center for Biotechnology Information. So here you can go and read about it, right? And this is not something that we are making up. There is a real connection between food. Oh, and there was another one that had to do with a list of food colorants. But I suggest you all go and do your own homework. That's what I suggest. It's a very real thing. And when we start to notice this, you look at what the children are drinking. You look at the food. Do you drink fruit juice? Guess what's in fruit juice? Do you know that in South Africa, you have to buy liquid fruit if you don't want sodium benzoate? It says 100% fruit juice. When you read the small print, it says sodium benzoate. Totally pure juice, but it's got sodium benzoate in it. And liquid fruit is like the one fruit juice in South Africa, for those of you that are South Africans and listening, that doesn't have sodium benzoate in it. For example, this is why I don't want my child to have fruit juice. I used to buy fruit juice, but I don't get the ones I want. And so I decided, you know what? Just write fruit juice off. Just make smoothies every day with real fruit. You know, and fertilizers. Okay, fertilizers. The elements there in there, not just fertilizers. The chemical sprays to prevent the bugs from eating the food. So you got food colorants. You got sodium benzoate, which isn't a food colorant. You've got toxic poisonous sprays, bug sprays, basically. All of these things are being put on our food. Then you've got animals that are being given steroids, growth hormones. You got xenoestrogens cropping up in soya. So people think they're eating beef mince, they're eating soya, xenoestrogens. And then the animal product that is in there happens to have been treated with antibiotics and probably steroids and growth hormones. What's this going to do to your body and your brain? You know? And then on top of that, the vegetables and the fruit that they're eating has been sprayed. And they're probably not eating enough of it, but they think they're getting a top up because they're drinking fruit juice, which has probably been boiled to take out a lot of the good nutrients. And then they've added sodium benzoate, tartrazine, and all these other food colorants and everything else. And food colorants also have a huge effect. Connections. You can go look on the National Institute of Health, wherever you are, and you'll see what we're talking about here. There is a very, very powerful, acknowledged connection between food additives and ADHD. It cannot be denied. It so much cannot be denied that you just open a Institute of Health website and you can read about it. It's all there. So this is where we need to start becoming conscious. Like Indy was saying, you know, food. Become your own connoisseur of food products. You see Indy there. Every time you watch a round table, Indy's eating his superfoods and he's eating his like salads and he's eating his good stuff. Look at how good he looks. He doesn't look this good just by like good old McDonald's, you know? You never been to McDonald's, have you?
Oh no. I ate McDonald's maybe once upon a time when I was like an adolescent or something, but no. But I've been told that Wendy's is one of the only fast food restaurants that uses domestic beef that doesn't use Amazonian beef that has ammonia in it. They take the beef from the rainforest, what they chop down all of the trees so that they can farm the cows there. Then they take the beef, they soak it in ammonia, they bring it to the fast food places here and around the world. And then they take out 99% of that ammonia. So you're eating 1% of ammonia when you eat a burger every time. So when it's not from Wendy's, supposedly. I don't know if Wendy's is still stuck to that, but I stay away from all of them just to be safe from it all, because even besides that, there's other things involved too. I know the pesticide used for the French fries at McDonald's monitor, that should not be allowed to be eaten. It's terrible. It has to be outgassed for at least 6 months in a silo before it can even be touched by people without a quarantine suit. It's potatoes. So there's a lot going on there that we don't really realize. And last night I was out helping my girlfriend with a friend. She had just gotten her house back. Her husband had thrown her and her 3-year-old daughter out in the street. I think she's 3 or 4, and they were just living out, couch surfing around, and they were trying to reach out for help to the law and people in the community and stuff. And it was really hard. The first lawyer that she had didn't do anything for her. And finally, she got her house back last night. So we went in there. The place was trashed. We had to clean everything up. In the process, she had lost my girlfriend's car keys. And so we were just going to go over there for a couple hours, but we ended up waiting there till 5:30 in the morning to find the keys. And as Franklin mentioned, I like to eat a lot, especially when I'm working hard. And so she didn't really have anything there besides like processed foods. And I tried to like choose wisely, but it didn't work out for me too good. I woke up this morning deathly ill. I had terrible food poisoning this morning. I'm getting over the hump now, but I gotta stay away from that stuff, man, because I thought it'd be all right just to have like a bag of Cheetos or something. And God, what the hell was I thinking? I always tell myself, like, all right, gotta make sure I avoid soy, gluten, milk products. Milk, I'm a little iffy on. Sometimes I'll allow it, but I really got to consider these food colorings, because I got a really strong impression that the food colorings themselves were enough to throw my body out of kilter, and my body's really sensitive to stuff like that because I've eaten so well for so long. When I eat things like that, I wonder to myself, I'm like, how can you guys eat this stuff, man? God, I can't do it anymore.
It's like this, right?
Yeah.
Like you and I, we're not drinkers, right?
Right.
If we were to sit down and drink a half a bottle of whiskey, can you imagine what it would do to us? Because our liver's clean, right?
Mhm.
We don't smoke cigarettes. We don't have nicotine. We're not addicted to those chemicals that change the brain in that way. We're not drinking alcohol. So if we were to smoke lots of nicotine
Yeah.
and drink lots of whiskey, we would wake up the next day and we would probably be out of action for about 2 or 3 days,
Oh yeah.
right? But an
Definitely.
alcoholic that's a chain smoker, they can do that night after night. They don't even feel different. I think that when your body's clean, it feels the dirt
Yeah.
because like your system is rejecting the poison. Your system is saying, no, this is poison. But once your system has been so badly poisoned that it doesn't know that it's poisoned,
Mhm.
it gets addicted to the poisons. I think this is what's going on.
That's
This is
true.
why you react.
That's what happened with me when I started to switch over from these toxic foods over to healthier stuff. At first, the good foods didn't taste as good. I was thinking to myself, how can people eat these health foods? They taste so bad. You have to force feed them to yourself, I think. And then after a little while, the foods I used to like started to taste bad instead. And so I started to realize, oh, it's not like an instantaneous thing. It kind of takes like a little short time for your body to realize what's happening, and then it'll let you know. And I'm so grateful that I've been able to step away from that stuff because I was really immersed in it. Like I was like into the worst foods when I was younger, beef jerky and energy drinks and stuff like that all the time. And I knew it was stupid because it cost too damn much anyways. And it can't be good for my health. But after I started to get conditions like heart disease, I started to have to get away from nitrates and it's and other stuff. What's the other one that they use besides nitrates? There's nitrates are used in meat, but then in the fruits they use sulfites.
Sulfites. I was thinking of red wine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I try to get away from sulfites and nitrates and stuff for my heart health. And I think I want to do it for one reason, and it helps me in 4 or 5 other ways. And so after a while, after I've been waiting this stuff out, people say like, you don't seem like your old self. You seem much better now. Like, how are you so happy? Like, what happened to you? Like, how can I get that? So I think it really has a huge impact. It's kind of subtle though. You don't really see it because you're usually so immersed in whatever toxic foods or lifestyles you're in. You don't realize the damages they're taking on you until you pull yourself out of it. And then once you're out of it, you can really see just by trying to go back a little bit, like, wait, what if I were to try to go back to do that? I think I can do it. Maybe it was just in my head. Your body will tell you no for a good reason. There's a lot in there more than you think in these toxic foods, like Franklin mentioned.
There's a lot of interesting questions that comes to mind. I'm going to ask you this. So you strike me like a morning person. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yeah, I've become one.
Yeah. And did you become a morning person when your diet was changing?
Yeah. Yeah.
And did that other diet make you not want to wake up in the morning?
Yeah, because I was always fatigued and had brain fog, and I could never get
Yeah.
through. I felt like I needed to rest more, but it never worked.
And is being a morning person related to good mental health?
I would say yes.
People that sleep late and they don't want to get out of bed, is that more connected to depression? According to what I've read, it seems to be.
Yes.
So if your diet makes you a morning person or a night person, and we don't even realize how subtle this is, but when you eat the right high energy food, you wake up in the morning and you got loads of energy.
Oh, yeah.
You want to do things. If you eat a bad diet, you wake up in the morning like me, I can go to sleep after a round table 12 a.m., midnight.
Yeah.
And I still wake up. I've got juice. I'm going to climb the mountain with my boy. We're going to do a 5-6 kilometer morning. We're up. It's before 6 a.m. We're getting ready. We're going up the mountain. We're going on like 2 hours. We're walking here. We're going there. We're on a mission.
Yeah.
But if I was not eating like healthy food, I would not have that energy. I'm just about 50, right? I wouldn't have that energy, right?
Exactly.
Like I wouldn't have that juice in me, like
Be a
that
real-
feeling of like get up and go, wake
Yeah.
up and I'm dancing in the morning and I'm like singing and I'm like happy. I think, and that morning energy, I related to like eating more smoothies.
Mm.
The more smoothies I drink, like, so our breakfast ritual is smoothie,
So good.
fruit, nuts, smoothie. And then I used to put in a bit of yogurt, but now I'm moving towards the vegan smoothies. Screw the yogurt, throw in the nut paste. Gives you that extra power, Even tahini. I put sesame in my smoothies and cashew nuts and peanuts and peanut butter, but like the real, not the stuff that you buy in supermarkets. It's got to say crushed nuts, nothing else.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Big thing. Tertiary butanol hydroquinone. Yeah? It's in everything. Another one. TBHQ. Let me TBHQ. I bet you we're going to see. I know it's got connections with another one. TBHQ has been linked to ADHD. A 2012 study in the Journal of Attention Disorders suggests that consuming beverages high in sodium benzoate, which includes TBHQ, may be linked to ADHD symptoms in college students. So TBHQ has, during those journals, those tests, they did tests for TBHQ as well. Now, TBHQ is in a lot of things. If you eat crisps, you're probably eating TBHQ. And that is, it's got the word butanol in there because it's extracted from crude oil. Yeah.
Yeah. God.
So they extract things from crude oil and they put it in our sweets. That if you're eating where it says it's got, it's often not even written up as TBHQ. It's often written up as, believe it or not, antioxidants. Believe it or not. But antioxidants as in it doesn't allow oxidation, right? As in you can put it into your car motor and it won't rust. This is how tricky these people are that do these labels. They're so deviously clever. So like a lot of these foods are really more connected to our brains than what we even know. And I bet you there are a lot of neurodiverse people out there that have been going to neurodiversity centers all around the world. And this has not been a big part of the discussion. And I think it really needs to be. I think we really need to look at our diets in a very real way and start reading the labels. What am I feeding myself? We literally are what our eats. Our brains will react to the foods in our body. And if we've got a very sensitive brain, and we've got to realize that the brain is connected to the organs, right? So we've got all these neurological connections between the brain, the organs, and the systems that run the body. So when you pollute a particular organ, you affect that part of your brain. So this is in Chinese medicine has really mapped this very well. So has Ayurvedic medicine mapped this really well. A lot of the indigenous medicines have really mapped the connection between the body, the organs, and the parts of the brain and emotional conditions and states as they relate to the organs as they are within the body. And so by recognizing these powerful conditions, we can see that what we toxify our organs with will affect the corresponding part of the brain that deals with the particular emotion that brain is very often engaged in, and it will affect that emotional part of our consciousness. And I think, isn't it incredible how that hasn't been more brought into the medical fraternities? What do you think?
Yeah, it really is. There's I feel like there's this real subtlety with food that it has a strong impact on us. We've kind of lost track of the subtlety because they've pushed a lot of these like really intense foods on us and intense drinks. So like people go for caffeine when they want energy and they crash afterwards. It hits you hard and then you crash. But it's not as bad without sugar, which is good. But you know, but when you take a grapefruit or something and you start to reflect on how do I feel after that? It might not taste good going down necessarily. I mean, it might be a little tart, but you're going to feel like $1,000,000 after that grapefruit. You're going to be up and out and ready to go. And if you do exercise or you have like a hard labor job, I would suggest, yeah, get some citrus in your diet. Grapefruit might be a little too bitter for most, but if you can palate it, that's like the #1 energy enhancer I've come across. And other things too, the anti-inflammatory herbs, you might not think to consider feeling what they're doing for you, but if you try to take some really good Ceylon cinnamon and see what that does for you, it's the #1 anti-inflammatory for the brain, but it's also good all throughout the body. And these anti-inflammatory herbs, if you have arthritis or any joint pain, try putting some of those in your diet and see what that does for you. It's done some amazing things for me, putting ginger in my diet for my arthritic knees. I've had issues with my knees my whole life. It's kind of a genetic thing from my family. My father had issues with his knees, and my brothers also had issues with theirs. And so they ended up with multiple surgeries because they have a standard American diet. Having switched my diet, it was been gradual. I've always been more health conscious since I've been younger, but it's gradually gotten more and more refined. I've never actually had to have surgeries for my knees, knock on wood, but I've been able to take chondroitin and MSM and hyaluronic acid with you're supposed to take chondroitin also with another thing, but it helps for joints. And I would never have found out about that unless my dog didn't need it. And when my dog had issues with arthritis, we brought the dog to the doctor, and they said that you can take glucosamine and chondroitin for your dog, and it will help their arthritis go away. Whereas when a human gets arthritis, they'll often come in and say, you need a shot, a cortisol shot. And these cortisol shots degrade the joint. After 3, the joint gets more and more degraded, and it's going to damage the joint. So it might feel nice when you take goody powders or NSAIDs or like ibuprofen or something, or when you take a cortisol shot, it might take the inflammation down. But you got to consider what's the long-term effect of this. And oftentimes these short-term teases of the relief of symptoms is followed up by a worsening of those symptoms. And so they really, when you try to use a Band-Aid approach like that, they're not addressing the root causes. That root cause might change into a different condition if you've mediated the symptoms that have been showing. So when you can address root causes instead of looking at the symptoms of your issues, it can really help. And with food and lifestyle changes, I don't know a better way to do it. That's more risk-free.
I love that you mentioned herbs, and I want to just add something to that, like a specific herb for us to look at. And I'm sure you know it, ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is a classic one. And I know someone that has a teenager that's got a neurodiversity, and they started introducing ashwagandha, and they commented that their personal experience was that it's positive. It seems to make a positive effect. And so now here, once again, we're looking at the National Institute of Health, right? And they're talking about ashwagandha. Is it helpful for stress, anxiety, and sleep? Now, one of the big things that you'll find that very often is mentioned about neurodiversity is anxiety, stress, and sleep. Would you say that's fairly common a thing that comes up when you read about neurodiversity and you speak to people that have had neurodiversity challenges that they're struggling with, that those are very often three of the issues that are highly important?
Absolutely. Yeah, they're usually connected as well. And with
Yeah.
ashwagandha is great to mediate that, to help the adrenal axis, but reishi tea also helps with that as well.
Reishi is another one.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that if you go and Google reishi, you will find here, for example, results from several clinical trials suggest that ashwagandha extracts may help reduce stress and anxiety. Right? This is the National Institute of Health. This is not some airy-fairy advertising company that's trying to sell you ashwagandha. This is not some hocus-pocus conspiracy theorist that's got an agenda they're trying to push. This is a National Institute of Health that is just reporting what the clinical trials have shown, right? So even here, you can see, results. And for those of you that are interested, go and do the research. Go and look at this. I think it's really important. And like he says, reishi, what is the other one of those other mushrooms and other things that are really good? I forget the names. Reishi is one of them. The other one is, I want to actually start growing some of these things if I can. There's a whole lot of these, aren't there?
Yeah. There's turkey tail, polyspore, lion's mane.
Lion's mane, classic.
Yeah. And chaga. Chaga's a good one.
Chaga is it's, do you know where chaga comes from? When you say chaga, hold on, are you talking about the herb or the
there's mushroom chaga.
Oh, there's a mushroom chaga. What is the herb that we've got here that is called kochut? It's a Bushman medicine remedy. Why can't I think of the name of the stuff right now? Anyway, there are so many of these herbal support systems that we can integrate into our diet. And a lot of them, there's been research done, and the research has shown that these things have effects, positive effects. Otherwise, the National Institute of Health would have to warn us about this, right?
Oh, yeah.
They'd have to say, like, this is nonsense, it's hocus pocus, but they can't say that because there's been research and might not be conclusive because, let's face it, the pharmaceutical industry wants to sell what they want to sell, pills that can do the same thing, but get you addicted to a drug that will cost a lot of money, where the ashwagandha is just natural herbs, So there's a lot to unpack. I think in the brain, in the neurology, and the hormonal systems, ashwagandha, as the National Institute of Health will explain to you, is linked with the stress hormones. So it actually lowers the cortisol levels in your blood. And if the cortisol levels in your blood is lowered, this is according to the National Institute of Health, right? I'm not a professional. I can't tell you about this. I'm not qualified, but the National Institute of Health is managed by health professionals and people who study nutrition, and this is their calling and their qualifications. So it's not just put up there by some random person. It's put up there by medical experts, and so they have noticed these connections. And I think we need to start looking at water. What about water? Gosh, what can we say about water? Huh? Tap water. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, one thing to not drink it, but it's another thing to use it for cooking and bathing and stuff too. So unfortunately I live downtown over here where I'm at, and we have tap water here, so I try not to bathe here. If I can avoid it, I'll go to my folks' house or my girlfriend's house that have spring water there, well water, and try to get away from this tap water as much as I can. I don't cook with it either. I get spring water and well water from there. I get spring water from their houses and bring it here in 5-gallon jugs to cook with and everything.
For those of you that are financially challenged and you can't afford water, and this is a reality because we're living in an economic slump, I can give you some practical advice. Buy a cheap fish tank bubbler device. and bubble your water. It costs no electricity, just about. Like 1 unit of electricity will keep your bubbler running. If it's a 5-watt bubbler, you're looking at 200 hours of bubbling for 1 unit of electricity. 1 unit of electricity, what does it cost? 50 cents?
Yeah.
In the US?
Mm-hmm.
So
Wow.
50 cents of electricity will keep your water bubbler running for 200 hours.
Wow.
So you can spend $1, $2 a month and have a bubbler running 24/7 and be bubbling water. And if you bubble the water, it won't remove all the toxins, but for example, chlorine gets broken down. I don't know if you know this. If you agitate the water, chlorine and some things will be broken down and evaporated out of the water. So there are some things that will be helped by a simple, cheap process of bubbling the water, because I think the chlorine is a big part of the problem, right? In tap water. I mean, there are a lot of things in tap water that's not good for you, but there's probably very high amounts of chlorine. And the chlorine obviously is going to clog up your pores, clog up your endocrine system. And what do you think the chlorine does to the brain? Do you think it strips the brain of essential nutrients and minerals?
Yeah, potentially. Because chlorine will actually convert itself into chloroform when mixed with organic molecules. And chloroform is a neurotoxin. So there you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you can reduce your chloroform production by simple process of bubbling your water. I think if you're cooking with the tap water, at least the bubbling effect and the boiling will cook off the chlorine. So, boil the water before you drink it. You might find that will agitate and destroy a lot of the rubbish in the water. Then after boiling it, cool it down and bubble it. And the bubbling of it will increase the oxygen content in the water, which will mean that the water will become more alive again. And like that, if that's financial limitations, there's something, it's a simple, cheap solution. Ideally, though, try not to take long baths. Rather have a shower. If you don't have a shower, get a little shower head in your bath, turn it on, wet your body, wash your body, rinse your body. Don't put contact of that water on your body more than you have to. That's what I do. I have to wash here with government water, and I just try to minimize the contact that I have with that water and try and minimize the amount that my body's going to absorb. Because like if you were going to lie in a bath for like 15 minutes, imagine how much you're going to absorb, as opposed to running the water over your body, wetting your body, running the water over your body and drying the water off as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So there are cheap solutions that we can do to minimize the effects. But like he says, I didn't even realize that chlorine does that. Wow.
Yeah.
Scary, brother. Scary.
That's what happens when they put it in the reservoirs with the chlorine. It turns the chloroform there. That's why there's not much wildlife there in those reservoirs, obviously.
Animals know. They know. They'll go and find water. They'll rather drink out of a dirty puddle on the side of the road, won't they? Because it hasn't been treated with chemicals. Rainwater. So I think we've hit one of the big bubbles that I think is important when we're looking at the global side or the collective side of neurodiversity, because even though this is very much personal as well, because personally what we eat is affecting our brain chemistry, I think the other side of it is and here's another point. There are a lot of good people that are trying to help neurodivergent people. Yeah. And a lot of the good people are trying to do so with a shoestring budget, from what I've discovered. And a lot of the resources seem to be channeled towards medication. And it's something that I feel very strongly about. And I would say, like, probably a lot of the people that have neurodivergent what do you call it? Reviews done, and they get basically written up as having neurodivergency. they probably very often, more often than not, get offered medication. And so one can see that there's a financial element involved on the corporate side of this. And possibly there are a lot of people that then will be on medication and probably be on medication for most of their lives, which obviously will cause other, when you take medication, there's often, you read the label, the indications, it will tell you what the indications are. There are usually side effects involved. They won't necessarily pop up immediately, but at some point in one's life, after prolonged use of medication, certain side effects are going to become part of the situation. One sees, witnesses, when one comes across people that have been on medication for long periods of time. There's generally, I used to look after people, disabled, elderly people, disabled people that were on medications, various different kinds of medications, psychological, psychiatry advised medications, and medications for various different kinds of disorders, physically in the body as well. I've also looked after people with Down syndrome. I've looked after people, and you'll find that certain medications after a long period of time will affect the way the gut works, affect the way the bowel elimination works, will affect the way the water assimilation moves through the body. And it's normalized and understood by the health carers, because I was a senior carer, and so I actually ran I was senior carer, which meant I had to be responsible for the drug room and all the medication, and coordinate the other carers in a nursing home. And then I worked in other nursing homes where I refused to take senior care position again, because it just you're butting your head against it. And then I went and did care in private, helping people, and I did palatal care, helping people that were on their way out. Part of my training was to work with people when they were leaving the world, and to be there with them on a spiritual, emotional level on these capacities. So I observed in my practice of this that most medications seem to have an effect, or a list of effects that would come out if used for prolonged periods of time. And so I think like this whole idea that we're living in an over-medicated society is, to me, it brings up strong feelings for me. And luckily there are wonderful neurodiverse pods. Like my partner's got a teen in a wonderful pod where there's like really lovely people, and there's good positive energy. And from what I've heard, there are a lot of really switched on people that are really trying to help people, who are trying to do positive things, like in the best that they can within the structure of the system. Though most of the money is being pushed in towards pushing the pharmaceutical agenda. Most of the money that will be generated for neurodiversity would probably be going towards buying pills from big corporations to provide for people with neurodiversity, so that there's medication available for them. And I think that this is like a very serious problem in our society. We are all generally over-medicated. Namaste, dear brother Steinfuchs. It's an honor to have you here. Welcome. I hope you're having an awesome weekend. For those of you who don't know Steinfuchs, he's the Jarl of a group of pagans. He'll tell you all about it. He's a student of the occult, but a student of many different things. He's got a podcast show. You can take a look at my recommended list of podcasts. You'll see Steinfuchs there, the Greyhorn podcasts. And he's the Jarl of, well, let him tell you about it. Welcome, dear brother. It's an honor to have you. And do please tell people a little bit about yourself, and jump right in. Neurodiversity.
Yeah, no, of course. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here. I missed a few weeks, I believe, but life happens. Well, you make plans and then life happens. It's usually how it goes. Yeah, Jarl of the tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans, a modern day tribe built on Germanic paganism, but we accept people from all walks. Really, we have Buddhists, couple shamans, Christians. Like we have them all. As long as you're spiritually minded and open minded, you are more than welcome. Indeed, host of the Greyhorn Pagans podcast. You can find that on all podcasting platforms, really, and of course on YouTube. YouTube is really growing, slow but steady, and I am very happy about that. And other than that, yeah, husband, father, cat dad, can't forget that. Cats are playing outside at the moment, so they shouldn't be bothering me for now. And especially if you're a fan of the podcast, at least one of my cats. He always makes his presence known. Timmy, aka Big Red. But yeah, everything that we do with the tribe of the Greyhorn Pagans podcast, you can simply go to our website, www.greyhornpagans.com. Everything can be found there, really, from the podcast to the tribe to the merch to like-minded tribes, like-minded people, like-minded individuals. I do want to, of course, promote them as well. So a little cross promotion between the shaman and myself. Like his, you can find my channel on his channel. You can find his channel on our website. Yeah, occult-minded. Yeah, I'm a student of everything. Really, I just want to know as much as I can about as much as there is, really. So
That's paganism, baby.
Yeah, for sure. Student of a lot, master of none, but always looking to learn. So
we just hit this fascinating topic about medication.
Oh, I have been medicated for way too long in my life. I've been on 2 different kinds of medication from age of 6 till age, I want to say 20, 21. The one that I took most was a antipsychotic medicine, actually, because I had some real anger issues as a teenager, and it didn't help for shit. It made me, it sapped my energy. I had no energy left whatsoever. I did have cravings 24/7, so I gained a lot of weight. I never did any sports or exercise because I didn't have the energy for it. And yeah, that time really sucked. The thing that I took the meds for, it didn't do it. So I guess I didn't do the smartest thing by just like quitting them cold turkey, because your average psychiatrist is like, oh, let's do a like build it off like slowly, like we'll do a little less, see how that goes. If that goes well, we'll do a little less. And I was just like, no, because like if we're gonna do that, the slow and steady, then in 2 years I'm still taking that shit. So I quit cold turkey when I was shit, I want to say like 20, 21 years old. And yeah, I have felt so much better since. You know, I have my energy back. I have my stamina back. I want to do things. I'm able to do things. Still am a big eater, but that's just because now I can actually like exercise. So, you know, I train so that I can eat, and I eat so that I can train. But yeah, medication. I mean, unless we're talking like self-medication, if we're talking, well, there's a difference. I always say there's a difference between medicine and pharmaceuticals. Medicine is what you find in nature. Medicine can be, you know, the green leaves stuff. It can be mushrooms. It can be just a lifestyle, if you will. Pharmaceuticals is what the doctor prescribes you. And those are 9 out of 10 times they're really bad for you. I don't. There is a saying, I forgot who said it, but that you need to like rehab twice. Once from the illness, once from the medication. And
It actually says that very often on the boxes, the indications. Very often it says that, and I've known this because my brother, he's got a particular, and has had, both my brothers had particular kinds of neurodiversity. Brother from a different mother, so I wasn't around them growing up a lot. They're like technically my half brothers, but they're still my brothers, you know.
sure.
And my one little brother left the world when he was young. And my other brother has been medicated much of his life. And I think his mom has also been medicated, because we don't have the same mom. I think his mom's also been medicated much of her life. And so he'd been in and out of different kinds of places where you go for that kind of assistance. And they moved his medication from one thing to another. And every time they changed his medication, there was some kind of a reaction, and it would put him back into a place where he needed help. And it was like, I just observed and tried to help him and try to support him through what he was going through. And like you say, he put on a lot of weight with the medication. He wasn't happy about it. Namaste, Systematic Zoo. I hope you're good. Welcome. Hope you're having a good day and a good week. So, you know, it is what it is. But it's I would say to anybody that wants to come off of it, unless you've got a particularly strong disposition psyche, it can be dangerous. I believe that if one makes any change in one's life, one should be slow. Like if someone says, "Hey, I want to become a vegan," I'm saying, "No, you don't just become a vegan." I mean, what do you mean? I'm like, you want to be a vegan? Get yourself a 3-year plan, buddy, and work it strategically, step by step by step. You don't just mess with your body just suddenly. Some people can hack it. Some people can wake up one morning and say, "Dumb," and they're strong enough to ride through all of the consequences and come out on top. Some people aren't. So it's like, it's a bit of a Russian roulette to just throw it out the window and say, let's see where the dice land. But you know, for those like that want to come off it, I would recommend going to speak to your doctor and getting like a program, and but sticking to it and working it out of your system, you know, in a safe way. Because my brother used to come off it often, and he wasn't strong enough. He just stopped taking it. I said to him, "Don't just stop taking it." He was like, "What do you mean? You don't even believe in this stuff." I said, "Yeah, but it's in your system." And so he'd have these big reactions. I used to say to him, "Don't go and speak to your doctor and explain to them you want to like change your dose to like half the dose."
Yeah.
And do that for like a few months, and then half the dose again. And do that for a few months, and then half the dose again. And then get it to the point where you're taking like quarters of the smallest tablets that you can, and then slowly wean yourself off. I said to him, like, do it over 6 months or a year. Don't just rush off of it. And so he didn't have the stamina to do what you did. You've got to have, you know, a certain disposition to be able to hack it. And he just didn't. didn't work for him. But at the same time, like you say, you feel so much better.
I do. I mean, I do understand the dangers of just, stopping with taking medicine that I've been taking for, or pharmaceuticals, I should say, that I've been taking since I was 14, I believe. So that's a good 6-7 years, 7 days a week, 25 weeks, 52 all the way around weeks in a year, like just 6-7 years straight of taking those meds, sometimes forgetting them, sometimes not taking them for 3-4 days because I simply refuse to, but and then just stopping it one day to the next. There are definitely dangers in that, especially if there are very the very heavy kind of pharmaceuticals that I took, and I took them in a significant doses as well. So yeah, the smartest thing would have been to slowly cut it down, but I was so fed up with it that I decided to just quit. Luckily, it did go well. Like no adverse reactions, but it's more luck, I guess, and not as much wisdom.
I think this brings us to a healthy point of looking at things. Like, I've noticed that when you look at many antipsychotics, which are often prescribed for depression, and you read the box, is it not very common that it says you might put on weight?
Yeah, either because of the medication itself, or in my case, because I was never satiated. Like, I always felt hungry. Like, I could eat, a meal for 5, and then still be like, I want more, because I was never satiated.
I used to eat like 6 or 7 meals a day when I was young, but I trained hard. I was thin. I trained like 30 hours a week, hard training,
Yeah.
So on an average day, in my day, I would do about every day, and this is not my classes, 600 kicks, 1,000 punches, 800 press-ups, sit-ups, running, sprinting on a hill, and then lots of training martial arts, and then running on the road and sprinting and jogging and sprinting and jogging and sprinting and jogging and sprinting and jogging and sprinting, so that you run like 1 mile, but it feels like you ran like 10 miles,
Yeah.
I used to train my body mercilessly. So I could relate to that. Like, I was like that when I was young. I just couldn't stop eating.
Yeah, but you trained hard by the sounds of it. I didn't do anything. I didn't have the energy for it. Like, my energy was drained, was sapped.
This is what people that have been on these things have told me. My brother used to complain. He was putting on weight. He says, I don't have energy to do anything. He was an amazing guitarist. He said he didn't have the energy to play guitar anymore. I was like, what are you talking about? You sound like buddy Jimi Hendrix. I can't even do like a quarter on a guitar what you can do on a guitar. Like, you should be my lead guitarist if I ever like need a lead guitarist to do a gig,
Yeah.
Wonderful improvising. He was to improvise beautiful blues style of lead guitar. He was a wonderful lead guitarist, And anyway, it's and I've known a lot of people that have complained about this. And to me, it seems like if you're going to take medication that's going to take away your energy so that you put on weight, how is that going to get you out of depression? Isn't it interesting?
It's not. It's not. And the worst part is it's a mental fatigue. Like, it's just like a stuffy brain, I guess. It's not even physical. Like, I don't mind the physical, like I did a way too hard training yesterday, which consists, like, it was kind of circuit training, hit training. I absolutely hated it, so I'm gonna go again on Monday. But
you'll get used to it after about 3 weeks, bro.
Oh yeah, God,
Your body
I
will
know.
have adjusted and it will be used to it. Like for the
I
first 3
know.
weeks, it's murder.
I mean, like, for hell, like, I did burn like 800 calories in a session, so yeah, it was a lot. I'm still sore, but that's you got to push through. But so I don't mind that. I train jujitsu, I do weightlifting, I do like all the fucking kind of stuff. And if at the end of the day, like, my body is just like, okay, you're done, that's fine. But if it's a mental fatigue, if it's just my mental well-being telling me, nah, like, you may want to do that, but that's bad.
I think this is a big thing in neurodiversity that I've heard from a lot of people, and it's interesting. They wanted to put me on medication because of anger when I was young, because I was somebody that, like, I wasn't an angry child, but like if I was confronted by a bully, I would lose my temper, and then all hell would break loose. Like I did not digest bullies very well. Like I just had no time for them, and I was small, but because I was small, I was so hypersensitive, right?
Yeah.
And so I was all the more aggressive. And my father taught me, I'd come from a boxing tradition, right? Which doesn't really apply spiritual values to martial arts. It's just pure martial arts. Like, and my dad had taught me the boxing from the perspective of, like, this is how you use it in the street, my boy. You see what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
there's no rules in the street. This is how you do this in the street. So I'd learned how to box, like, street fight. And so I was quite dangerous as a child, and they wanted to put me on meds as well because of anger. And the thing is, martial arts saved my life. Because I met a sensei and then a shihan, I learned a spiritual Bushido value, like a philosophy that goes with it. That has got to do with, like, there's a spiritual element to martial arts. And I'm always saying to parents, like, your child suffering from neurodiversity, have you tried Tai Chi? Have you tried Kung Fu? Have you tried Jiu-Jitsu? Have you tried Karate? Have you tried Judo? Is there any of those that they like? If there is, Qigong, whatever they like, try it. I think there's so much to be gained from these martial arts training systems because they come with a model of mental training as well as physical training.
And it's funny.
So it seems like martial arts saved your life.
The dojo and the gym, definitely.
Part of the reason you train in the gym is so that your martial arts will be better, or am I wrong? It gave you a career as well, didn't it? Like security.
Well, I mean, it helps. It helps being a little bigger, being a little tougher, for sure. I mean, gym is more maintenance, I'd say. Like, I'm not looking to get big. I'm just looking to stay strong, to stay fit, to stay active, so that I don't injure myself in the dojo or at a tournament. So
exactly,
the dojo is my outlet. That's my meditation. That's my physical, spiritual practice, if you will. And the gym is to be able to keep up, to be able to do jujitsu at the level that I do it. And I mean, there's also just something very primally satisfying, if that's a word, about like just lifting heavy weights off the ground or pushing heavy weights overhead. There's just something very primal but very satisfying about that. Like, that's, for at least as a speaking as a man, there's like that's the ultimate test of strength, like picking something heavy up off the floor or lifting something heavy above your head. Like those two movements are just, it's very primal. And just weightlifting, whether it be on a machine or dumbbells or barbells or whatever, it's so incredibly beneficial for
Or
bones.
hitting a weight, a bag.
Just anything really. And the ironic part is, I now that I'm older and I'm a father myself, I do understand my parents better. But they were thinking like, maybe he should do like something like boxing to just get it out. But because I was also bit of a loose cannon, I had very little self-control. I mean, like you with the bullies, if I was off, and you had to either physically restrain me, or I had to just get it all out. But they were kind of scared that I would do that in the boxing ring or in the dojo as well. That somebody hits me a little too hard on accident. I mean, that shit happens. It happens in the dojo as well. Somebody goes for an arm bar and their leg just hits the bridge of my nose a little too hard. I mean, shit, that hurts. But it's okay, part of the game. But they were kind of
control that you learn in martial arts is so powerful.
Exactly, but they were afraid that if that would happen, that I would go off in the boxing gym or in the dojo. Later on, they did tell me like, yeah, maybe we should have done that, because it would have taught you more self-control, because it would have been a healthier outlet, at least, if you beat people up in a boxing ring or in a boxing gym instead of in the classroom.
Exactly. That's the game.
Yeah.
The other person got in there willingly. They know what they're getting into. You both got gloves, so let's go, But it's interesting, like, that fear was there because your parents didn't realize that there's a jiu-jitsu teacher there. And he'll get you in a lock, buddy.
Yeah.
He'll show you exactly like, listen, buddy, this is not on in my dojo. And he would, without hurting you, he'd just put you in your place.
Just restraining. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Get you in an awkward position and make you like recognize that, okay, are you calm? Good.
Yeah. Just I'm gonna put you in this headlock and I'm not gonna fucking release you until you calm down. Like it's okay to like go off, but don't hurt my students. And yeah, jiu-jitsu, it has taught me a lot, and not just in matters of self-defense, but also as a spiritual practice. It's where I can center myself.
Namaste, Stacy.
But yeah, I mean, I guess my parents, like, it was difficult enough to hear that their firstborn, at age of 6, they diagnosed me with Tourette syndrome. And then it was, for my parents, first-time parents, they were like, oh crap, now what? Like, now we have to, how are we going to do this? How is this going to, how is this going to affect him? How is this going to affect us? Are we going to have to do things differently or whatever?
This is an important conversation. This is how I started this discussion, because I was here on my own for an hour, because I've been starting an hour early, and like people getting here later, and because I suppose it's like,
I was going to say, but I was looking at the recording.
I had a kind of a neurodiversity when I was young. I suppose it's a part of me, and I think there's two things you can do. You can turn it into a strength, or you can become subject to it.
Yeah.
And some people manage to take that and turn them into strengths. Like you say, you've got Tourette's. So what did you do with your Tourette's? You became a podcaster, a good podcaster. You know what I mean? Like
Hyperfixation. Yeah, it helps. It helps in a
so
way.
you've come out of your shell and you're speaking in front of the world, and
Yeah.
you're
I mean,
comfortable. You're
Tourette's.
being who you are on camera in front of God knows who.
Yeah.
Just being
I mean,
yourself. Like who cares what people think? You're just you.
I
You
guess
know that's
Tourette's
what your
does make it
Tourette's has
easier.
given you.
It
No?
makes it easier in a way because I have less restraint, so like fear of public speaking, not me, it's
I
not that
wonder whether
I'm
I
like
had
happy
Tourette's.
to do. It's not like perhaps. I mean, you're a little cookie, so but then again, we wouldn't, all of us are a little off in a way, otherwise we wouldn't be on the round table or in the live chat, like if there wasn't anything different about us, I would say. But yeah, like especially with Tourette's, like there's this not necessarily hyperfixation, but like being very, very aware of your surroundings, very aware of impulses. They come in harder, they come in sharper, and there is a professional goalkeeper, actually, European football, who actually credits his career to his Tourette's, because he is so hyper observant, and because he sees and has all those impulses, like it does filter, but less. So like what is like a regular impulse for anybody else, for most people with Tourette's comes in twice as hard. But the goalie actually credited his career to that, because he's so hyper observant. So,
There's another classic example, and this is something I've noticed, like sports. People with some of these things, like they're very good at sports. Like I was very good at my sports. Like I wasn't that good at team sports when I was young. Now I'd be much better at team sports because I've come to terms with different things, like in a group. But I was like very good at refining a technique, whatever that technique was. If I was playing pool, I was really good at pool. If I was doing martial arts, I was really good at martial arts because I refined my technique. I did it over and over. There was like an obsessive compulsive thing in getting that technique right, and then practicing it and making it better and better and better and better until it was really good. And then it gives you an edge, obviously, when you get that technique flow moving.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people that are really good sportsmen, whether it's skateboarding, whether it's BMXing, whether it's skiing, whether it's martial arts or Olympic spinning around things, acrobatics, there must be some kind of a neurodiversity that drives that intensity to be like one of the best or good at something that you're doing. Different to other people. And I think this neurodiversity is very much connected to this. And it's another classic story of the success stories of neurodiverse people being able to excel, not just excel at what they do because of neurodiversity. And I think this is a thing that maybe the public doesn't understand, that neurodiversity it's a kind of a gift.
It is. I mean, that's why so many people in IT, like who are really good with numbers, for example, they all are, a little on the spectrum at the very least. because you have to be very rational to be able to work with this, or like chess grandmasters. I like, how many of the, let's say, top 1% chess players, how many of them would be on the spectrum, have that hyper fixation to, and that's, yeah, that is where it's really a gift. It's become a bit of a stereotype. It's good with computers. He's a bit of a nerd. He's little autistic. But it's like, I mean, is that perhaps why the stereotype is there? Because you do see a lot of those people in IT, or just the things where you have to be very rational, like very much in your brain, if you will. The big brain people, the very smart people, always a little on the spectrum.
Yeah. So you get the different kinds of thing, like some people that are like the geeky people, like we say, certain kind of spectrum. Then you get the other kind of people, maybe more people like us that were more viscerally affected, and like sports was our outlet. Which for me became meditation, like drove me to meditation. But it's, people don't realize it's a kind of a sport in a way. It's sort of like when you're training, you train and you get, it's like it's hard, and you train more, and it's harder and you train more. So if you're sitting in a posture for like hours, your knees are sore, your ankles are sore, your back is sore, your brain is sore, your mind is reeling against this. It's like, come on, man, go and do something fun. You're like, no, I'm going to sit for another hour or two. Like, and it's actually hard work. And I think that's the key. Hard work.
Yeah.
Is that something that people are trying to protect the neurodiverse community from sometimes? Because there's something really healthy about hard work. Namaste, dear brother Shinobi. It's an honor to have you in the show. Dear brother Shinobi is a wonderful brother. He's been a part of the roundtable for a while. He hasn't got his own channel thriving yet, but he will be. He's a decoder, occult thinker. He does a lot of really interesting decodes into language and various different elements of etymology and occult thinking. It's a total honor to have you here, and you must get your YouTube channel going so that we can add it to our list of, Welcome, dear brother.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, let me
Okay.
know how my connection is. I might have to move rooms.
It's better now. It seems like it's stable again.
Okay,
By the way,
good.
you guys have got really good cameras.
I'm actually using my phone today because
Oh,
my computer's inaccessible at the moment, and basically we've got our Wi-Fi router in the front room, so I'd have to disconnect that, like move loads of stuff out of the way. So I thought I'll try using my phone, see how it goes. Much
it's a
smaller
really
screen.
good camera. The phones have got the best cameras.
Yeah,
They're actually really good for podcasting, ironically.
yeah, man. I've been meaning to start my own channel for a while, but it's a threshold I need to cross. Kind of filming myself is something I struggle to do. I've tried it before and start recording, and I'm like, oh, this is stupid, and then stop and stuff. Much prefer talking to people, and I will definitely, I do definitely want to get the ball rolling with it because I love talking to people and stuff. But there's something different about being the host opposed to sort of just having a general discussion. There's a bit of pressure there. And I've learned so much the last 3 or 4 years, more so the last like 3 to 6 months, and lots of my thought patterns have changed. So when the time's right, I'm definitely going to start a channel for sure. 100%.
Well, welcome to the discussion. We've just basically gone into the discussion about medication and how, the medication is being pushed on a lot of people by the establishment. And we got into martial arts. With a name like Shinobi, I'm sure you have a deep love for martial arts, because the Shinobi is obviously, that's a school of ninjutsu. Yeah, am I right?
Yeah.
So it's,
Yeah,
it's a powerful school of ninjutsu, Shinobi. So you obviously relate. Something attracts you to that.
Yeah, that's the reason I chose my name, is because my name is Toby Hawks. So I've always called myself Toby Shinobi.
Did you say Fox?
Yeah, Hawkes. Yeah.
Two Fox, yeah.
Yeah, Hawks. He's
Guys
Hawks.
might even
I'm,
be
I'm Fox.
relatives, dude.
Yeah.
He's a
And
couple
the
episodes.
reason I call myself General Shinobi is just because I'm just like know lots of bits about different things, you know, like general knowledge about stuff. And yeah, the Shinobi, I used to do jujitsu when I was younger, and I've been meaning to get back into it, but I've always been a ninja at heart. I've when I was in school, I never had any training or anything, but much like yourself, I used to stand up to bullies and, you know, never got hurt. Just I didn't think about the consequences. I think that's part of being neurodiverse. I think is just, well, I'm going to do this, or you know, standing up to somebody or a lot of people without thinking, but coming out afterwards surprised because they don't expect that kind of energy. It's like there's a big group of people, they're intimidating. You're like, yeah, you know, come on then, let's do this. They're like, okay, he's clearly got something wrong with him.
I so recognize that. Like it's very much of like not overthinking or like just thinking at all. It's just like, I'm just gonna do this. If it goes wrong, I'll deal with the consequences later. If it goes right, awesome. Means I can do it again. Yeah. No, I so recognize that. That's so funny.
Yeah, so we were talking about how training is so important and how it enhances and brings out the positive qualities of neurodiversity. Like you say, martial arts was probably a big part of you becoming empowered. And your neurodiversity, instead of being an inhibition, was probably something that moved you forwards and empowered you. Would that be a fair assessment when it comes to martial arts?
Shinobi, go ahead.
Sorry, I thought you were talking to Stein Fox there. What did you ask? Do you want to go first?
And I was just saying that neurodiversity, to me, certain kinds of neurodiversity is actually a boon in martial arts training. It's a positive thing because of that, not fearing the consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And I can relate to that. Like with everything you guys are saying, I can completely, like I see, like I've been through all of that too, where you don't think about the consequences, you know? So what if there's 3 or 4 or 5 of you, let's do this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And because you don't think of the consequences, you're not inhibited by fear. And in martial arts, that's very powerful.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I managed to do a few tournaments. That's why I registered myself to do another tournament this summer. It's like, you know, I've been training for a few years. I kind of know what I'm doing. You know, I'm at that level that I'm able to tap people and not just get tapped out. And I was just like, you know what? I've been wanting to do tournaments for a long, quite a while now. The first one was like in my hometown, really, like quite literally just down the road. Oh, Shinobi's gone again. Shame.
I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, but I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna register. I'm gonna train, and I'm just gonna do it. And even if I don't win, I did what I set out to do, and that's a win. You know, first tournament went well. Second tournament, a little less. Third tournament coming up, so we'll see.
My first big tournament when I was like competing on a national level. Oh my gosh. So first I got hit
Oh,
and my nose fell off. And my Shihan had to take my nose with his fingers and massage all the cartilage pieces back into place. Put my nose together. He had to put it back together. He used to put my fingers together and my toes together because they'd pop out and he had these big things hanging out there. And he could just do it with his fingers. He could just like play with it and pop it back in, put that there. And I learned how to put things back into joint because of him. Because I used to dislocate things, you know, fingers, toes, whatever. And like a kick to the head, you can dislocate a toe very easily. And you know, it's not unusual. And you can KO someone with the recoil on your toe, but then your toe is dislocated. Then you got to put your toe back in place. You know, it's like, but you learn how to do it quickly. Like I learned how to do it intuitively, instantly, because the quicker you put it back, the better. But my first tournament, I got into the ring with a guy who was we were still young. And he was already a senior black belt. So he was 16, no, a junior black belt. I was about 12, 13. And so you do 4-year groups of age. And so I got in the ring with him and I had natural talent because I was a natural fighter. And so I was fearless. I went in and I went in for him hard. And he hit me and he knocked me out. And I got up. My nose was like that. He put my nose back. It was like, how are you? I was fine. I'm fine. Like I couldn't see. I was blind for about 4 months, 5 months. I couldn't see in front of me properly. And then I got back in. I couldn't see properly. And he kicked me that I did a backflip out of the ring and landed on a table. And then I got up and my teacher wanted to call it. I was like, no, I'm fine, man. I'm fine. Anyway, I got back in. I won the fight. Okay, like I had to fight like a crab. I had to change my fighting style and fight like a crab. But I won the fight in the end, but I was badly mashed up. And because of my sight, I got disqualified because I ended up knocking someone out because I couldn't see properly. Right? So I was like, my distance ratio wasn't right. And so I was like dropping the guys, like you're not supposed to like hurt the people specifically, but I wasn't doing it on purpose. But my first competition was a real eye opener for me, man. It was a real eye opener for me. I changed my entire fighting style. I learned to really focus on becoming a block and counter specialist and a full stall specialist. And then I realized that's the superior form of fighting because you watch other people's mistakes and you capitalize. Everyone's going to make a mistake sooner or later. You just watch their mistakes and you mirror them, you know? And so it was good for me, but ouch.
I mean, that's why the Netherlands has like the best kickboxers in the world because we have that high guard. Like it's literally called, I mean, Dutch kickboxing is like it's even a different style of kickboxing, you know, famous for its high guard.
Yeah, man, like the Muay Thai.
Yeah. We had so many great kickboxers, and we still do, you know. So there's
But I do think that there's something to be said about children aren't doing enough exercise lately. Could there be a connection with the lack of sport and the rising of neurodiversity becoming a challenge?
I think it's because sports has become too inclusive, if you will, like participation trophies. Those are fine if you're like 4 years old, 5 years old. It's like, hey, you know, you joined. Good on you. But if you're like, I'd say like from at least age 8 and up, like my daughter's age, she's about 9. Just give up on participation trophies. Like then you're taking it away. It's like somebody got first place and they trained for it, and they did this and that, and they grinded and whatever. And they got a trophy, and someone else also got a trophy purely because they decided to join. I won, I got a trophy. This one participated, did something, and also got a trophy. Then why bother trying? And it's also,
That's interesting. So you reckon because they took the competition out of sport, that sort of made the appeal of sport go away for children?
I think that's part of it, at least. Yeah, because I know I would for sure hate it. I mean, if even as a parent, if my kid gets, like a podium place, third, second, first, whatever, and I see all the other kids are getting trophies as well because they decided to come and participate. It's like, yeah, okay, but my kid actually accomplished something. Yours just came and did a thing. That's not something that should be rewarded. It's like, but that's the whole point of competitions, right? That's the whole point of games, Olympic games, just regular competitions, to see who's the best, to see who has their skills fine-tuned the most. And then if everyone else gets a medal as well, if everyone else gets a trophy as well, then why even bother? Because then it's not special anymore. It's kind of like The Incredibles, Pixar, The Incredibles. If everybody is special, nobody's special.
Yeah, I think a lot of kids are being born or getting neurodiverse stuff like ADHD and autism and stuff because it seems that everything's become a bit stagnant. Like just the general energy of this realm, like architecture since 1800s down, music it's gone down, everything has gone down. I think that people have come here to shake things up, but like if you're born thinking differently, you're kind of told to fit into a mold.
Yeah.
And yeah, like yourself, you said you used to have anger issues and stuff. It's like no wonder. Like I used to be quite angry as well. I used to get locked in rooms in school because I used to ask too many questions.
They don't like
yeah,
that.
I was thinking the other day, I just remember being told to stop being clever. Like, stop being clever. It's like, is that not why we're here in school? So yeah, I used to get quite angry as well. But I think that everything has become quite stagnant. And I think that like lots of people are kind of zoning out of the indoctrination in school, and then they'll be told they have ADHD, for example, because you're not focusing properly or something. And I think that it's it's normal. It's not. I think it's more normal to have some kind of neurodiversity than not. Like, but you're seen as like having that is an issue. And I was diagnosed. I'm 32 now. When I was 21, I was diagnosed with ADHD and dyspraxia. I don't have I'm a bit clumsy, but that's because I do things too quickly. But with dyspraxia, it's more of like looking at the bigger picture. So if I'm having a conversation with somebody or just general stuff, it's like the bubble's here. I'm out here, and it's really hard to get on a level with someone sometimes, and it's a blessing and a curse, I call it. But I think that lots of people are having ADHD and stuff. I did hear actually that ADD could stand for absent dad disorder or something like that, because lots of kids with ADHD do have an absent father. That's something I've heard. But then again, like maybe not. Most seem to be absent anyway. So yeah. But I think people have come here to shake things up, and I think it's good that people are, like sort of it's good to know what you have, kind of thing, so you can look into it and be like, oh, okay, I'm not just weird, even though it's good to be weird. You can see like, oh, okay, because like lots of people who are neurodivergent, like myself, you always ostracize, you're the black sheep, and it'd be quite difficult. And luckily I'm stubborn enough to have kept my head and kept my brain and know my true power. But it's quite disheartening to see younger people sort of like being squashed by the system.
I think you're onto something there with the absent dad thing, whatever, because over the years, as you see the degradation of society. Architecture, we had these just beautiful buildings. Even the lampposts outside were absolutely gorgeous. Freaking drainage pipes were a work of art. And now it's all bland, stale, gray, angular. And at the same time, there's this this push for I'd say the expanding of understanding of what a family is. So a family is no longer, mom, dad, kid, and, possibly pet, because that's, it's good for a kid to have a pet, something to take care of. But now it can be mom, dad, dad, mom, dad, dad, mom, dad. Like, just you name a variety, and nowadays it's a family. You have families of like polyamorous people, so like a group of 5 taking care of a child. And like, if that's the normal, the new normal, there's a reason why they keep calling it the new normal. If a child grows up in a family like that, where there is like pretty much no stability, because stability is not more people raising you, it's like a few people dedicated to raising you, a mom and a dad, or a mom and a mom and dad and dad, whatever, just 2 people. It's plenty. I mean, sure, it takes a village to raise a kid, but not literally, okay? So yeah, then of course issues are gonna come up, because they're getting this from that one, they're getting this from that one, and that one thinks that way, that one thinks that way. And it's everything but stable, it's everything but normal. Yeah, exactly. What if all 5 mothers tell them all different things to do? How are you going to process that? Oh, but mom 1 said I should do this, but mom 2 said I should do this, and mom 3 said, but you should be doing this, but in that way. Yeah, then of course you're a child's brain, which is so incredibly, it's still growing, still developing, still malleable. Like, it's gonna short circuit. It's gonna be like, well, I don't know what to do anymore. And then, it's going to get a diagnosis, like ADHD, because it can't pay attention. It can't sit still or whatever. Yeah, like go tell a 6-year-old to sit still 8 hours a day. It's not going to happen, And that's
I remember
the school system is still so incredibly focused on or it's still a remnant of the Industrial Revolution. It's preparing you to work in a factory where you do mundane work for 8 hours a day. You get a break twice. That's why there's a school bell, because that's, the bell for break, as you have in the factory. That's why there is one teacher telling you what to do. That's your manager, your master, the boss telling you what to do. So it's also the school systems just being incredibly outdated. Throw in some school psychologists, school psychiatrists who make good money pushing pharmaceuticals, and hey, you got yourself a messed up society.
Did you guys? I remember when I was in school, sometimes if I'd be sitting in class, my foot would be doing this. Like, did you move your leg? Like, it's almost like you
Yeah.
like running on the spot with one leg. I remember doing that, and I remember noticing, hey, there's a lot of us that do this. Like, we're sitting in class, we're sort of like teachers talking, we're sort of like sitting there. Okay, how long is this going to go on for? Okay, they're going to shut up in about like 20 minutes. Okay, I can do this. I can sit through this. You know, it's not that boring, but it's a little bit boring because some of the stuff they'd be saying would be like, okay, well, this is really pointless nonsense. You know, that's how we were thinking
Yeah.
about it as kids.
Yeah.
But I remember this foot thing, and like, I noticed like there were a lot of us in the class that were doing this at different times. Probably about 30% of the students in the class would do that. I think that's a powerful sign.
Yeah.
You know, I bet all of you did it, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
there were experiments done as well where some kids were sitting down and some were like standing up and moving around. If you're standing up and moving around, you actually learn better. You retain information. I think it was like 40% better. So there's a reason kids are told to sit down. So it's like what I said earlier about everything becoming stagnant. If you're still, you're not going to retain the information, and they don't really want you to retain the information. They don't care. It's working just as it's supposed to. You sit in a square room, which, you know, square rooms trap the energy, right? And then you're still, your blood starts boiling as you ask a question. You're told to sit down and be good. You know, like maths, it's all square number blocks, rather than learning about like Fibonacci sequence and sacred geometry. You don't learn any of that in school. You don't learn any of the real mathematics. And they separate everything as well. You've got maths, science, art, English. None of it connects, but it's all connected. You go from one room, you're in this room for an hour, then you go to that room for an hour, then that room for an hour, have different teachers, and that's actually damaging to the brain. The whole system doesn't work. Well, it works as it's supposed to, but you know, I think hopefully things do start changing. They need to change.
That's very interesting what you say about standing up, because I've noticed that the Innoverse podcast, I'm sure you guys all know it, you've seen it.
Yeah.
Chance is always standing up. I was like, what's this dude doing? Is he like standing up? Have you noticed?
No, I thought he was sitting down.
I was watching, I was trying to think like, what is wrong with this dude's body? There's something about this. And then I realized, he's got a mini bar. He's standing behind a mini bar and he's standing because he's moving like this. I'm like, how are you moving like that on a chair, dude? And then it occurred to me, oh, right, he's moving around because he's shifting his weight on his legs naturally because he's standing for like 2 hours. And it's like, it's going to become a bit like, but interesting what you say, you know, it makes me think I need to get a mini bar in here and start trying to do the round table standing up.
I mean, standing desks are becoming very prevalent in offices, actually, because like so many of our health problems, be it obesity or, you know, even something like a bad back, which goes in tandem often, is because we're sitting down the whole time. You know, it puts a lot of pressure on our spine. Sure, we're made to sit down every once in a while, otherwise, you know, we wouldn't have the hip hinge and all that. But, you know, to sit down at a desk 8 hours a day, you know, your metabolism is not doing anything. 9 out of 10 times, you know, you have a bad posture, especially over the days you grow tired. You slouch more, and it's proven that a standing desk is just better for your health. It's better for your metabolism. It's better for your back because you're forced to stand straight. And I mean, it's so, yeah, like in a lot of offices, it's becoming a thing already, or at least, niet wippen met je stoel. Oh god, ja. Or the adjustable desks, you know, that you can adjust to your preferred height. So, I mean, if we're doing that in offices already, I'd say like why not try and introduce them into the classroom as well? Like start with university, start with high school. The schools where you really have to think, where you really have to be there, have to be in the moment. I think a standing desk it'd be so good. It'd be so good for you, and yeah, because the sitting still, I mean, I have bad knees, unfortunately, and I have noticed the longer I'm sitting still, the more my knees actually start to hurt because they're constantly in that bent position. But if I'm standing up, I mean, the only thing hurting are my feet, really. I mean, if I can stand and like move around a little. I've been working as a cook for 10 years, but that was like 10, 12 hours standing in the same spot. That's not healthy, but if you can stand and like still kind of move around and do things, I think that would be so much better indeed. That's why, like I said, that's why standing desks are becoming a thing, or why adjustable desks are a thing.
I
So
think
people are noticing.
I think the hero posture is good for the ankles and the knees. And the hero posture is when you sit on your, like the way the Japanese sit.
Yeah.
Because it stretches the knee and the ligaments and the muscles gently. And the ankles, the pressure on the ankles, like the muscles between the knees and the ankles, they get like conditioned, strengthened, stretched. It's a gentle process, but sitting like that every day, that's like supposed to be really good for that, by the way.
I bet.
You know the posture I mean, yeah? Where you sit on your ankles with your knees in front of you.
Yeah,
and you
I
put
do.
your hands on top of your knees. It's a kind of a meditation posture. It's called hero posture in yoga.
Yeah, you see it a lot in judo as well. That's how they.
Exactly.
I trained judo as a kid. That's how we got started. How we, it's really how we got started. Do the greetings and all, and then actually go do things. Judo, of course, being a Japanese martial art, so makes sense. And I think the Japanese, health-wise, they're really, really on to something, like with the being like close to the floor, close to the ground with everything, because that's how they'll eat their meals too, right? Like sitting on their knees on a table that is, very, very close to the ground. It's, they sleep on mats on the ground. I have a pellet bed myself, actually, so just 4 wooden pallets that make up the frame of my bed, and I'm so much more comfortable just being closer to the ground. I mean, at first it was kind of weird, if you're always used to a raised bed, it's kind of, you're all of a sudden like you're so close to the ground. But I've gotten so used to it, and it feels so much better. So, yeah, I think the Japanese were really onto something. Like we should, I guess, as with many things, get rid of the mid level, get rid of the middleman. So either on the ground or standing up, and that's that's it. If you want to sit down, you're able to sit down. But if it's work or dinner or sleeping or whatever, either standing up or sitting down, like truly sitting down.
Yeah, those are 2 reasons I love my futon. Firstly, it's a hard mattress. And secondly, it's like the actual bed is that high off the ground, the wooden base.
Yeah.
because it's like that, and it's got like maybe about that much distance, and then you've got like a futon mattress, which is quite compact because they're hard. So got a futon mattress on top of that. I love my futon. I'd never trade it for anything else. It's hard. It's close to the ground. I'm almost on the ground, you know, but like not the cold. You've got that barrier to protect you from the temperature.
Yeah. And I think that's most important. And also like your mattress straight on the ground. Your mattress gets
Moisture.
dirty. It gets moist indeed. So you'll see it a lot. Like either it's just a plank, or it's like a futon or wooden pallets or whatever. It's becoming more prevalent. So people are starting to understand. They're starting to see the health benefits of these things. Now we just needed to get the normies, let's say, to really understand it, and not just the mentally spicy people like us.
So yeah, you're muted.
I was just saying that I would definitely need my bed off the ground if I lived in South Africa like yourself. Props to
Why?
you.
Why?
I was saying I would definitely need my bed off the ground if I lived in South Africa.
That would mean because of the wildlife.
Yeah. I mean, it probably wouldn't make a difference, but I'd be eye level with a spider. Like a big...
I got bitten here by a spider in my sleep. Here, in that place. You can't see it because it still feels a little bit weird because it wasn't that long ago. But I put like bentonite clay on it to draw out the poison, and it was quite an ouch, itchy bite. But like we've got all sorts of spiders here, and I welcome them. I'm like, come on, guys, come in. You got a spot in the corner. I'm like, don't worry, we're not going to disturb your nest. So I've got these baby spiders running all over me a lot of the time. You see me sometimes in the round table blowing things off. It's like baby spiders on my couch. The other day, I had so many baby spiders crawling over me, I just gave it up. I was just like, you better not bite me on my nuts, guys. If you bite me on my nuts, the vacuum cleaner comes out, and then it's a war, you know. But so, I avoid the nests, and I've got a lot of spiders all over, and sometimes big ones like the size of my hand. And they go and crawl on my ceiling, and like I'm like looking at them like, you better not come on me in the night, you know. I don't know what one bit me on my, but it wasn't one of those. It was a different one. It was quite an ouch bite. But my point is, I think that you become more immune to venom when your emotions change. Like me, I'm immune to bee stings. Because like I don't have a problem. Like if a bee stings me, I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Got stung by a bee. What's the problem? You know, drink a glass of water. So like the more I become connected to spiders, the less their venom will affect me. And I reckon I've got a high tolerance to snake venom.
So no chance of you becoming spider shaman?
No, I'm building a relationship with spiders.
Oh, good. And I was like, because so you're not the next Marvel superhero, you know, super like spider shaman.
If you see me crawling on the ceiling, you'll know why.
Oh God,
my point is like, I like being close on the ground. I wouldn't want to wake up with a centipede in my bed. Ouch. But yeah, like mostly what we've got here is spiders and things like that. But they're cool. Do you know how many spiders crawl over your face at night in your life?
Too many.
We don't know it. And so if something's crawling on your face and you do that, they might bite you. That's how I got bitten. Because I was sleeping There was something crawling on me, and I did that, and I got bitten, and I woke up, and I could remember doing this in my sleep and being bitten while I was sleeping. And I was like, ah, yeah, man, bugger it. And then like I was sleeping and it was itchy. And in my sleep, I was like, this damn thing's itchy. Every once in a while, I'd like, well, I'm still sleeping, but like I'm aware that this is. Then I woke up and it was like, oh my gosh, it's itchy. And it was a bit sore, but itchy. And then I realized I better put something on it, you know. Clay, you know, bentonite.
Mm.
You just put bentonite, you plaster it on, and it draws out poison.
Nice, gone again.
Best thing for it. Always keep bentonite clay. So if you live in South Africa, you just need a jar of bentonite clay in the cupboard.
Okay. Good
Yeah.
to know. Good to know.
Yeah, if you go traveling in Africa, travel with a jar of bentonite clay. Stings, bites. In fact, travel with a jar of bentonite clay and a jar of activated charcoal. If you get food poisoning, you hit it before you get the poisoning. The moment you feel you've eaten something that doesn't agree with you, you start washing your body with charcoal, activated charcoal, and drinking lots of water and activated charcoal, and it sucks up all of the poisons into the charcoal and just passes through you.
So are they
You don't
both
even get sick.
very good for your gut as well? Bentonite clay, like for cleansing.
Yeah, I don't use the bentonite clay in my gut too much. It is very good for your cleansing. It removes heavy metals. But if you do it, it's very strong. Activated charcoal, I find, is a little bit more mild and gentle. It also is very cleansing. But like the bentonite clay tends to be more intense. So what I would recommend to people is put a little bit of bentonite clay with activated charcoal and do them together for cleansing. But once in a while to do a bentonite clay cleanse is good. Too much of it, I think, might draw nutrition away from your body. It might actually draw the minerals out of your blood.
That's how they do it with, like, well, let's say regular poisoning as well, right? Like charcoal, activated charcoal, in greater amounts. I believe that's, yeah.
It's very good. It works well. It's not as strong. Bentonite clay, if you use too much of it, it can give you a headache.
Yeah, I think the looking after your gut biome is really important, and also getting rid of heavy metals, like having a detox, because I think they both correlate to neurodivergence or just general issues, I guess. I'm pretty sure that your gut biome is related to or has been related to autism as well, and a C-section can induce autism in some way by inducing guilt in the child. I think I know some people do have to have C-sections. My niece had to have one the other day because they thought she had a brain tumor or meningitis, and they had to deliver the baby by C-section, I think 4 or 5 weeks early. They're both fine now. It was a false alarm. I think she had a type of food poisoning or something that just gave her a really bad headache. But yeah, there seems to be a push to get women to have C-sections, cesarean sections, and it's funny, in the name, Caesar is in the name, like Julius Caesar. And I think that when people have a C-section, there's not the skin around the baby, and also it sort of induces guilt and stuff, and it affects the child's stomach, and then therefore as they get older, that can cause issues similar to autism. And also likewise, if somebody has autism, looking after the gut can help with symptoms. as well.
That's
I'm just
interesting.
what you were talking about, the gut brain connection.
Mm.
This is the National Institute of Health. The reason I'm using the National Institute of Health is just because there's so much out there, right? Information that people will say, oh, but that's just some conspiracy theorist. Well, the National Institute of Health is not a conspiracy theory website. So people know that it's like, it's so-called legitimate science, if we can call it that. And I have my own questions about what modern science is. But there's exactly what you were talking about. Autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a neurological disorder that affects normal brain development. The recent finding of the microbiota gut-brain axis indicates the biodirectional connection between the gut and the brain, demonstrating that gut microbiota can influence many neurological disorders such as autism. So for those of you out there, go and do your homework. India and myself were talking about diet and how important diet is for neurodiversity. The connection between neurodiversity and diet is bigger than anyone can imagine. Food additives, poisons, food
Yeah.
colorings, preservatives, pesticides, and what kind of microbes you got living in your gut,
Yeah,
Um,
a lot of artificial food colorings can manifest in hyperactivity. I know that, for example, with M&Ms, the American variety, of course, American, has a lot of artificial food colorings in it, and so giving your child a lot of candy, really. I mean, first of all, the sugar will get them, hyped. It's what sugar does. Throw in artificial colorings, which also get you hyped, and you're basically overdosing your child on stimulants in the form of candy, which every kid loves, of course. I mean, we just had Halloween. We just had Sint Maarten, of course, here in the Netherlands and Belgium. Yeah, exactly. And it's funny. Like I was kind of thinking about it, but it seems that a lot of people on the autism spectrum really have their comfort foods. It's maybe because they are because they don't like change, because they don't like trying something new. So very simple meals, and they'll eat that day in, day out, like a hyperfixation, and they'll have periods of certain meals. Like I know on TikTok it's even become bit of a meme. It's like, what are you eating today? Oh, well, it's I don't know, mac and cheese. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, nice. Next day, what are you having? Mac and cheese again? Yeah, sure. All right. Third day, again, mac and cheese. Like, when are you going to stop eating mac and cheese? Well, until I'm sick of it, which might be in a few weeks. And I've also seen that I did volunteer work with these kinds of people. People are generally people with the with Down syndrome, which is also kind of neurodiverse, although that's more going into genetics. But they seem to often be heavier set. They're a bit they're usually like stockier and have a little more meat, a little more, they're a bit heavier set. And like now I'm kind of wondering, does that also have to do with like their gut health, because they have that that extra chromosome, like, does that go into gut health as well? Because I mean, your gut really is your second brain. That's why, you know, when you have like an intuitive feeling, you'll also say like, I have a gut feeling. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the same or very similar chemical process. That's why if you eat like shit, you'll feel like shit. But yeah, like I'm making all kinds of connections, and also I recently discovered something new actually on TikTok. TikTok it's not necessarily a bad platform, but ARFID, which is like really it's also kind of related to the autism spectrum, but like having issues with food, but with the often with texture.
Sound.
Yeah, like they'll just dislike certain foods, not because of like how it tastes or how it smells or whatever, but because of how it feels. You know, like fizzy drinks, for example. You know, some will just not have it like ever because they don't like the feeling, or like very, very strongly dislike. Like it makes them uncomfortable at a, you know, it's such a deep level, and it is kind of linked to autism spectrum as well. And those people will just sometimes forget to eat. You know, they have to be reminded to eat. It's like, hey, have you eaten today?
It's the same with
no,
ADHD
actually.
as well.
Yeah.
With ADHD, with your hyper focusing, sort of like busy doing something all day, like I'll have to like be reminded to eat because what I'm doing gives me energy. Like
Yeah.
a task I'm doing, I'm feeding off that energy, so I don't need to eat. But then you're like, oh, actually, I'm really shaky. I probably should eat, but you need to be reminded. It's very interesting what you said about intuition and the gut, because it seems that a lot of people with autism nowadays, like high functioning autism, not all people who are autistic, but they want to be told what to do. They don't have their own intuition, and I relate that to having parasites. Having something in you which other than yourself, which is guiding you, and that would be with food and stuff as well, like mac and cheese today, mac and cheese tomorrow. It's not you that wants that, it's the parasites. That's what I believe, and I know that everybody has them, but if your gut biome is affected a certain way, parasites are going to thrive in that. And that's why there's this whole guilt thing being pushed to affect people's gut biome, or pesticides, so much stuff like gives you parasites. I mean, COVID was sort of potentially parasites, I think, because ivermectin, which is a parasite dewormer, that helped people with COVID. Now, who knows what it was, but I think that certain frequencies awoken something in people's guts, and that's why you get brain fog, because it's connected to your gut. But I believe that some people have brain fog more than others, and I think people who are autistic more so than ADHD, because my experience of ADHD is anti-authority, whereas autism is please tell me what to do. And I think they want people to be like, please tell me what to do. And this is why lots of things are being done to induce that kind of neurodiversity.
Yeah, that sounds like it makes sense, because, you know, if you're someone who is, you know, who has large stakes into controlling the populace in whatever way, like you want obedient people, of course. So if, you know, people with autism or on the autistic spectrum, it's true. Often they need to be, well, I don't want to say controlled, but guided in a certain way. Otherwise, they'll just, either sit there or stand there, and like at the same time, it's like they're blank because they don't see anything wrong with it. It's like, yeah, I'm just sitting here, just standing here, like I'm not doing anything. Therefore, I'm not doing anything wrong. So if you can somehow induce it or convince people that they're autistic, like kind of, go into the placebo effect, if you will. If you tell somebody long enough that they're suffering from something, then eventually they'll start to believe it, and they'll start to act accordingly. So if you then can tell people what to do, where to go, what to eat, what to watch, that's perfect. That's perfect. So either, induce it, or, make people believe that it is what's going on. And Shaman, like we talked about that a little in private messages with the whole self-diagnosing thing. Like that's such a big thing right now as well, that people are starting to just to self-diagnose more and more, especially on the social media platforms. It's like, oh, are you this, or do you sometimes do that? And then that afterwards, well, you might just have ADHD, because those are all signs of ADHD, or those are all signs of autism. And like 99% of those things are things that like everyone does. Like, do you get distracted easily? Yeah, but that's mainly because we live in a world where we are constantly distracted by everything, by everyone. Do you, it's I don't know. And it's promoted often as well, to, just because there's such a pressure on healthcare already, especially here in Europe. Like in the Netherlands, it's been healthcare is like it's still good, but not as good as it used to be. I know in the UK, healthcare is, well, very little health and absolutely no care. So, if you can self-diagnose, then all we have to do is write you a prescription, and, there you go. Oh, you looked up the symptoms of ADHD and found out that you have ADHD? Well, good. That saves me a lot of work, and I can just, push the pills, because that makes me the most money anyway. So
I think there's a lot of interesting points that you guys are bringing up. And since you're mentioning autism, I thought to bring a bit of focus onto this, and it's something that we've all often known. So it's a well-known fact that many different types of autism have reaction with light sensitivity, right?
yeah.
So this is something that you can find readily around. They say 90 to 95% of people with autism spectrum disorder having external sensitivities. It's surprising exposure to bright light can affect their symptoms, right?
Mm-hmm.
So flicker rate of screens, it's a well-known fact, like screen time has got to be managed and controlled. And so I'm looking at it like this, right? You've got a genotype, right? Which is what you get from your parents.
Mm-hmm.
But then a phenotype is which aspects of the genotype are actually triggered. As any good grower will know, if you want your buds to turn purple, right, you have to learn to drive the phenotype through the genotype. So you've got a genotype, but if you know how to treat your lights in your room, and if you know to drop the temperature off, change the VPD, increase the vapor pressure deficit, bring in a little bit of extra moisture during the sunset period, and when you're going into sunset, maybe drop your light frequency and increase more of the infrared spectrum into your light frequency, then drop your lights off for your night, and then have a sudden dropping of temperature that happens before you drop your lights, the plant reacts by having secondary cannabinoid effects that actually cause the buds to turn purple. And we all know this because, like, hey, let's face it, purple buds rock, right? So they tend to have more smell as well. So you can take the same plant and trigger certain phenotypes in one plant by light frequencies and temperature, and not trigger that same genetic plant. So you can take two cuttings off of the same mother plant. They're identical genetically, and put them in different conditions, and they're going to have a different reaction. So we get taught that autism is a totally genetic thing. But how much of these symptoms are being triggered by LED lighting? Flicker rates on our phones, flicker rates on our TV screens. Everything is LED, right? I've got a television, big television, it's LED. And LED is very fast flickering lights. So I think there's a lot to unpack when we look at this.
It's blue light, right?
It's a lot of, I believe the blue has got the worst effects. You were right.
Yeah. And it's funny, a lot of people are dyeing their hair blue as well. Coincidence, maybe.
That is interesting.
Yeah. Also, it's the blue dye.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot to unpack there when you look at this. Like the lighting that you have in your home, you know. If you might notice, I've got a filament bulb behind me. Don't know if you can see the difference. There's no flicker. So that's old-fashioned bulb. It's producing heat and light.
Is there another name for it?
Incandescent.
That's the one. They've banned that, right? I think in UK and America. Pretty sure they've
Did
banned
they actually ban them in the UK?
I think so. They're very hard to get hold of because they let off a certain light. It's very warm. They let off heat as well.
I think the temperature spectrum of filament light bulbs might be 3,800 Kelvin. Let me see. Incandescent light temperature. Kelvin.
Yeah, they give a really nice glow. Like a real warm light.
Okay, I stand corrected. Wow. It's a 2,700 Kelvin. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what that means for people that don't know out there, an average LED light bulb is usually at about 6,000 to 6,500 Kelvin. That means very high blue frequency. 3,000 Kelvin is about in the middle of the frequency, and 2,700 Kelvin is going into the orange-yellow spectrum. So if you are a grower and you want to flower your plants, you want 2,700. I believe the color spectrum of high-pressure sodium is about 2,700. HPS, just let me see. HPS, I think it's about the same. Maybe, okay, 1,900 to 2,200 Kelvin. That's HPS. The old street lights, the ones we still have in South Africa, are running on HPS. That's why there's a yellow color on the streets. But you notice in Europe, street lights have become blue. You can see it on films when it's like Europe, you know. So they're changing the lights here too. They're replacing all of the old HPS system lights because they were 1,000-watt grow lights up in the street. So some of the naughty youngsters used to go and get hold of those street light bulbs, and that will flour a kilogram, man. It's like more than 2 pounds. So, you know, but that's an interesting point, you know, that you mentioned, specifically the blue frequency. It's very much pushed. And even though when you've got like an LED light, this LED that I've got is a very mild LED, just because it's a very low wattage. This LED is a 2,700 Kelvin. So you can get, but even so, even when the LED is the warm spectrum, and for those of you that don't know, Kelvin is a reflection of color temperature for light. So if you look on your light, and there'll be a K, we'll say 6,000 K, 2,500 K, 2,700 K. That's your color temperature. So when you buy bulbs, look at that, because it matters.
I thought that was kilowatts. I've been looking at this wrong.
Yeah, that K means color temperature.
Right.
There's no kilowatts used on the light bulbs, because a 6-watt blue. So the 6,000 Kelvin temperature will produce about 100 watts out of a 6-watt usage electricity. I think a 3,500 Kelvin temperature gradient will probably produce about 90 watts out of the same amount of wattage. And when I say 90 watts, I mean perceived 90 watts of light. So a 6-watt 6,000 Kelvin bulb will make it look like a 100-watt light bulb used to look, in the amount of light that there is, which you can sort of quantify if you were to get a lumen meter out. And that luminosity, what are you looking at 100 watts? I guess you're looking at like a 1 foot, probably about 400 lumens, 500 lumens, you know, maybe more. I don't know. It's nothing like a grow light where you've got thousands of lumens. Or no, I'm talking nonsense. It'd be like maybe 1,000 lumens, 2,000 lumens must be, because the sun is pushing out 100,000 lumens plus during the midday.
Luminaries.
Yeah. Lumens being like a gradient, but like there's different ways of quantifying light, because you can look at the amount of electrons actually coming off, and so they calculate that when they say like ppfd, you know, or ppf, and the ppfd is like an average of the amount of particles, photons. So they count the photons present in a certain area of light, and they give you a ppfd ratio, where like the sun in midday, if you look at the photonic index, it must have about 2,000 photons per square meter pressure. But like if you're flowering your plants, unless you're using CO2, you won't use 1,000 ppfd. You'll probably go down to about 800 photons per square meter for your plants to be like really pucker, unless you're using CO2. If you're increasing the CO2 to going like above 1,400 parts per air, yeah, per million, when you raise it over that level, and you drive your VPD, your vapor pressure deficit, down, then you can increase the pressure of the light. But anyway, I'm going off topic. Probably some part of me misses growing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think growing is relevant, because I think that's part of what like ADHD and neurodiversity and autism and stuff is that people get suppressed in their growth, like their brain, how the brain works. It gets squashed, like in school and stuff. They try to stunt your spiritual growth, let's call that. The document you shared earlier, does it say whether it's artificial or just any light, which people with autism are sensitive to? Is it
I
just
believe-
artificial light?
Well, I'm guessing they were using artificial light. It doesn't specify, but it's got to do with
Okay.
light sensitivity. And
Right.
so this flashing artificial light obviously is going to have more of an effect.
Yeah. That's really interesting, because I think that people who are neurodiverse are more sensitive to stuff. Not necessarily just light, I guess, but I mean, I can understand why people are more sensitive to artificial light, because it's artificial. So if you're trying to like tune into like what's outside of what's around us, like what's beyond this, that can kind of create a block, I guess. And perhaps people who are autistic or whatever don't know their gifts that they're born with. They just kind of get closed off, and that's why I mentioned stunted spiritual growth, because they're just here and they think that they have a problem, but really I think that perhaps they have the ability to become a shaman or healers. I really do think that.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot to do with these spiritual gifts. It's like that's how I went into that quite a lot of detail in the beginning. I believe my personal views is that there's a connection here with spiritual gifts in many people, and that they just haven't had the ability to train themselves. But this particular how light sensitivity affects those with autism, it's very interesting, because they're speaking about the studies shown that it may not be as prominent as other sensory problems, notably hearing and touch. But one small study has pegged that more than half of the autistic adolescents have visual processing deficits, including sensitivity to light. And so what it comes down to is this got to do with photosensitive retinal ganglion cells, which have been implicated in migraine-related light sensitivity, right? And so they've linked autistic individuals with abnormal pupillary light reflex. And so they've noticed that this is a central process, thus suggesting that impairment may be similarly affect how autistic people perceive light. So interestingly, those with autism have been found to have physical differences in the structures of their central nervous system. So there's just this very interesting, and I wonder whether the light that little children are subjected to can change the phenotypal expression of genotypes. Like I was talking about, you can change the way your cannabis grows, right? And I'm allowed to talk about this here because where I live, I have the lawful right to grow it if I want to. It's not a crime, right? Just for the record, YouTube, it's a constitutional right in this country. So, the way that you can trigger phenotypal expressions is very often got to do with light frequencies as they correlate to temperature and changing the environment like this. For example, people don't know this, but in plants, increasing the red frequency and decreasing the blue frequency ratio of light, in specifically the far red frequency. So we're talking about like the 700-800 megahertz, right? Going into the infrared spectrum. Adding that to your grow light spectrum will cause each cell to become bigger. And so each cell becoming bigger means that your mass increases. So if you're growing tomatoes and you want a bigger yield of tomatoes, more tons by changing the frequency. And I'm sure they do this in Amsterdam and the Netherlands, right? Like those guys are the masters of like indoor growing. I'm sure they tweak the light frequency with filters if they're using sunlight in the greenhouses in order to filter out the blue light, so that they change the composition of the light spectrum so that the cells, each cell is a little bit bigger than the other cells, which means you will have bigger tomatoes with less light, highly efficient. You can do the same with your plants at home if you're allowed to grow, change that frequency, you increase your yield. So this is going to trigger different phenotypal responses in plants. Now, humans, we might not be photosynthetic, but we do have, our hormones are affected by light. Melatonin, our eyes, our sleep cycles, our mental regulatory cycles are affected. So light is going to affect our sleep cycles, which is going to affect our cortisol levels, stress, the way we deal with stress. These are all going to be related to the light that's touching our eyes. So I wonder, and this isn't a medical scientific concept, this is just a contemplation, wonder what the relationship could be between the different frequencies of light that we're putting into our homes and how that is affecting people that had a mild form of autism to become a more chronic form of autism. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It's just food for thought. So experiments for people to do at home is change your light bulbs and see if there's a difference.
I also wonder as well if chemtrails have something to do with that, because that blocks out the natural blue light. So therefore, the only blue light people are taking in is the artificial. Perhaps there's something there. I'll look into that.
Are chemtrails is the nanoparticles blocking more of the blue light than the red light?
Yeah, so they usually block out the sunset and sunrise, and sometimes, if we're lucky, we can see like a blue sky throughout the day, and I'm like looking up like, wow, this is beautiful, like pure blue sky, which you rarely ever see. It's always like this grey mist, and then just beyond the mist you see this blue, and it's no
wonder everybody's raving about my photographs, because where I live the skies are blue.
Right.
Yeah.
They can't do anything here. They really can't do anything. You got to understand the amount of wind we have here. I can't grow female plants in my garden. They get blown over, dude. They get blown right over. The wind is heavy. And so when you've got this much wind as a norm, it's money thrown into the sea.
And it's also much more effective to do it at the more densely populated areas.
Well, Cape Town is quite densely populated. I mean, Cape Town's got a population of about 5 million.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd say that South Africa as a whole, like you're not the West, let's say. You're not the economic center of the Netherlands.
Half the population of the UK, I would guess.
Yeah, well,
it's very decentralized.
Exactly.
Oh, no, sorry, it's very centralized. In other words, the UK has got a population mixed around. So we've only got a few points with big populations, like Durban, Joburg, Cape Town. Those are like the main population zone areas. But for example, Johannesburg is the most densely populated city in the world. Per square meter, per mile. It's more densely populated than Japan or New York.
Wow. Okay.
And it's got the highest crime rate. Or it used to have the highest crime rate. It's the second highest crime rate. I think New York's got the highest crime rate these days. But anyway, my point is, we've got a funny thing in this country. Sorry?
No, I just I very much wonder if those two are related. You know, very densely populated and high crime. It's almost like people don't want to be stacked on top of each other and are getting really, really anxious when they are.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I would say there's something, and I think that's a reflection as well, of, you know, of where we are at in this in the world at the moment. So, for example, if you compare Amsterdam population to Cape Town population, just to give you an idea, Cape Town population.
I believe Amsterdam is at about a mil and a half.
Yeah, I think so. Just under 1 million. Well, according to the official number. And the official number in Cape Town is 4.7 million or 4.77 million, like almost 4.5 million. But I think those official numbers aren't accurate because there's a lot of people here that aren't on the books.
Yeah,
Like,
of course.
this is South Africa. There's a lot of illegal people here from different African countries. They come here and they work here. Malawians that have overstayed there and they don't have permission to work here and they come for a holiday but they don't go home. It's typically common. So I would say we might have like a 4.5 million. So it's quite a densely populated place, Cape Town. But because of the way it is, it's a big city. So it's spread out. So it's not on top of each other. It's not like Joburg. Joburg's not a big city, but it's very high population. It's a small city with a lot of people. He has a big space with people, but it's like if they would want to chemtrail these guys if they could, but you cannot, because we've got the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean. So we've got high pressure cells and low pressure cells moving through each other all the time. And so if you were to put chemtrails in the sky, they would be blown out into the Atlantic or blown out into the Indian Ocean immediately, and it will be money wasted. Like this is one of the reasons I wanted to come and live here, because there's no way to geoengineer this place. They don't do it because it's a waste of money. London, on the other hand, wow. Where are you, by the way, in the UK? You did tell me before.
Close to Brighton.
Oh, yes, you lucky man. Brighton's sweet, man.
Right in the south. So, hour or so down from London.
Yeah, no, Brighton's lovely. I lived in Brighton quite a lot of times. I enjoyed Brighton. What's Brighton like these days? It's not as bright as it used to be, am I right? They could do with a bit of brightening up, huh?
Yeah, definitely. They've built loads of kind of like student flats just as you go into Brighton.
Is that
sort of
Hove?
like mini skyscrapers? No, not Hove. It's coming
the other
from
side,
the north into Brighton.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like mini skyscrapers, and yeah, the architecture's awful, really. But yeah, Brighton is a place. I'm glad I don't live there anymore. We did live in the city for about 6 months during lockdown. We sold our van that we converted and paid for that paid for 6 months rent or 4 months rent up front. But we got out of there as soon as we could, just because I don't personally like living in the city. Like there's so much grey. There's grey everywhere.
Yeah.
Apart from pride flags. But yeah.
One of my favorite tracks is by a guy called John Butler. And for those of you that don't know it, I recommend it. It's called Living in the City. In fact, I'm going to listen to this. My boy used to love this. I'm going to listen to it tomorrow. John Butler, Living in the City, brilliant. Because he basically summarizes in a track exactly what living in the city is about. You know, I don't know if you guys know John Butler. He's the guy who did that Ocean. Didn't you know John Butler? Oh my gosh, he's amazing. Well, lately I think he's not amazing, but he used to be amazing. Like the music he used to write, I loved it. But this is what happens. People become bigger and they change. When they're small and they're not well known, they're like doing the really good stuff. It's always like that.
And
Yeah.
like kind of bringing it back to neurodiversity, it seems that that's more of a problem of the city. Like the higher densely populated areas, you'll find a lot more people suffering from ADHD, a lot more people who are on the autism spectrum. And I don't think it's just because there are more people. I think it's really, the like I know for a fact, like for myself, being diagnosed with Tourette's, which has traits of ADHD, it has traits of autism. So, you could say I'm all three, if you will. Like I'm extra neurodiverse.
Multi-class. You're
Yeah.
a multi-class character.
Like I'm extra diverse. But like in the city where there are just so many people, when there are so many things going on, when impulses are coming at you left, right, and center, I have struggled there for the longest time. And because there are so many impulses, you can't focus on one thing, because you literally have to have your head on a swivel, because like people are coming from over there's something happening there and something like happening above you or whatever. Like you'll get ADHD by just living in the city. And now that I moved back to to my mother's hometown, in the flower bulb region, like first of all, there are a lot less people here than there are in the city. It's a lot more quiet. It's a lot more clean. And I just noticed that I feel so much better when there are like just less impulses. And there used to be a school for special education here, but that has since closed down. And I honestly I don't see it as much in the smaller towns and villages than I do in the city. And
That's a very good point.
I'm not sure if those two are related, but I'd say that at least there's a correlation. Like living in the city, especially since cities are ever growing and are ever expanding. Neil, like you said it, like constant fight or flight mode. So that'll make you seem like you have ADHD, or like you have some, like you're a little on the spectrum, because you can't focus on one singular thing, because you have to focus on everything, because everything's happening all at once.
What are some of the key differences between a city and a village? There'd be probably the water. That would be much different in a city.
Cleaner.
Usually you have local food in a village usually as well. So there's the diet there too.
Mhm.
Wi-Fi signals, radio towers. I think it all has a part to play, as well as the external stimuli that you were talking about too. I think it all adds to it.
Yeah.
I think these are really good points you guys are bringing up. And I think you guys are onto something here. You're stumbling onto like a massive part of it. This centralized model of cramming people into cities is causing a reaction. And it's making it harder. And like you say, it makes sense. If there's so much stimulation everywhere, it's going to make your eyes want to dart all over the show. And the more you do that, and then when you want to escape that, where do you go? Indoors. And then what do you use to escape for entertainment? Television, PlayStation, Xbox, flickering screen, LED lights. And then when you're old enough and you're a teenager and you want to go somewhere, you can't just go for a walk in the fields or the forest or something. So you go to a nightclub where there's flashing lights and weird music. Ooh, music.
Yeah.
The beats.
Yeah.
I just have to say something really quickly, because before I forget, when we were talking about blue lights and stuff, I couldn't stop thinking of Operation Bluebeam, and I know that's potentially a different thing. One part is fake alien invasion, but blue beam, you have screens, you have LED lights. There's a push for everything to have blue lights, and I think when was Operation Bluebeam written? I think something to do with the year 1980 might not have been written then, but the year 1983 is a very important year, because that's when Stranger Things was set. Like, that's when there was the Upside Down in Stranger Things, and I believe that had stuff started to go upside down then, because you have the birth of the commercial cell phone. 1G was introduced then. Also, talking about music, this is what made me remember this, is the MIDI controller, MIDI keyboard. So kind of electronic music came out that year as well as the 3D printer. So I just thought that was very interesting that you have the cell phone, 1G, and then the MIDI controller as well, kind of making digital music, sending out that this sort of kind of amplified this kind of this frequency.
And also remember the disaster in Hawaii earlier this year. Like all the like the blue colored cars and the houses with the blue colored roofs seem to be either unaffected or affected, incredibly less than everything else. And like just the blue ones, like you'll see like a whole like neighborhood burned down, but there is this one blue roof that is still intact, still very brightly blue.
Yeah, the frequency of blue is 6.66.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense, and most people who use blue logos, I call them blue team. Like, you got NATO, World Economic Forum, John Hopkins, Barclays Bank, everyone who's on the same side. Lots of them, like Disney, they have 666 in their logo as well. Like the World Economic Forum, Disney, and CERN, their logo is blue with a 666. Very interesting.
Facebook, which started the day a similar Central Intelligence Agency operation stopped. Like, what is Facebook all about? That's another thing. You'll see the 00. Facebook.
When did
Google,
Stargate
Zoom,
start?
007. It's all about information.
When did Stargate start? The first Stargate films. Were they making it then? Or did they release it yet? Because I think it was released just before the 90s.
1994.
Was that the series or the film? The first one?
The film.
Okay, interesting. 94.
October 28, 1994. So little over 30 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, it was the X-Files that came before Stargate. Am I right? I think the X-Files were going and running in the late 80s. I could be wrong, but I seem to remember it was...
the original TV show aired from September 1993 to May 2002. So around the same time.
You say 1983?
No, when did you
93.
say 1993?
1993. Yeah.
No, I was
and-
watching X-Files on TV in South Africa in 1991 and 92. 92, I was watching it.
Well, the
In 93, I had already left high school. I had already left home. I
according
was looking after
to
myself. I was living at home in 91, 92. We used to watch X-Files at home on television.
according to IMDb, it started airing in 93. But
No,
that may have it might differ per
Definitely
region.
not the case.
I don't know.
Because I remember being in school. I was not in school anymore. Does that make sense? Like I
I don't know.
remember I was in
Well,
school.
it's-
I'd come
it's
home
what
from
the
school.
internet says.
At school, we would talk about the latest X-Files episodes, and I wasn't in school after that. So it's interesting. Maybe South Africa, I don't know. We were behind for a lot of things. But I do remember the X-Files being there when I was like the equivalent of O levels. I think I was even in my O levels, so that's like 1990, 91, right? When we were getting X-Files. It was a
Fun
big thing
fact.
in my home.
Billie Eilish's mum was in the X-Files.
What was that?
Billie Eilish's mum was in the X-Files. She was like one
Oh.
of the actors, and Billie Eilish was a test tube baby as well. In vitro, I think it's called.
Wow.
Yeah, I bet there's a lot of revelations in X-Files. I've never seen it. I saw a clip earlier though about not sure which episode it was, but it was about a gene editing substance making people's immune systems weak. And I was like, that's very telling.
There's a lot of stuff in the X-Files, man. It was good. And the way it was done was really cleverly done, because you had the woman that was the skeptic, and he was the guy, and she was like, "Oh, that's his conspiracy theories." I think that's where the word conspiracy theories got created as a main thing, because every time he'd come out and say that, she'd be like, "Yeah, but this is a conspiracy theory." Da, da, da. So she was always playing the devil's advocate on it, and I think that, before then, maybe those words weren't so commonly used in the mainstream, right, narrative. But X-Files put conspiracy theory as a term into the mainstream narrative because everybody watched the X-Files. It was big. Well, at least it seemed big where I was when I was young.
I never watched it actually, so I wouldn't know.
So it was DARPA who created LifeLog that you were talking about, and the day LifeLog finished, Facebook started. And I think it is an L12 in gematria, so that would be 1212. So that would be a 24 LL
66.
life. LL is 66.
Well, no, it's 24. It's 12 is 6. Sorry.
Yeah, so and then F for Facebook is a blue F, which is F is a 6, of course, as well, isn't it? So there's a correlation there between the names.
Yeah. But we know that Facebook was funded by a holding shell company owned by CIA shell companies. Or what we know is that the specific money that was used to launch Facebook came from that account.
Also, Mark Zuckerberg, I'm on my phone, so I can't search this, but I heard Mark Zuckerberg went to, is it John Hopkins School for Gifted Children, along with Lady Gaga and a few other people.
That's interesting.
Looking it up right now.
That would That would sort of
Um,
line.
a
Makes
youth summer camp, apparently, which, I mean, summer camps.
Does it say who else was on there at all?
I'm trying to find it. It seems to be very. Let's see what Wikipedia says about him.
That's interesting. I didn't know Billie Eilish's mother was in the X-Files. What role did she play? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I wish I could check, but I haven't. I'm not sure how to navigate my phone while.
I'll check.
Yeah. She is probably somebody quite high up, director or someone probably.
Okay, so there's a lot of shit about him that I don't care about.
So is her name Maggie Baird?
Potentially. Billie Eilish isn't her real name, of course. So, yeah, I'm not sure what her family name is.
Interesting, huh? Oh, Sharon Pearl. Oh my gosh.
What have you found?
She's the main actress.
Right. Ah, okay. The one calling everyone a conspiracy theorist.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
That's basically her. She's the counterintelligence agent being put into the series to make us disbelieve these wild claims made by the guy. That's mind-blowing. I had no... But it makes perfect sense that, you know, they keep the Hollywood in Hollywood. And this is like where we see that it's no coincidence that the children of stars become stars, but they hide that fact from the world quite well. They don't openly make a big deal out of it and say, oh, by the way, you know, because you'll probably find the further you go back, the same as they don't go back and say, like, how many of the George Bush family were actually in presidency.
Yeah.
Probably you go back in history, you're going to find it's not just 3 of them.
Well,
Must be more.
weren't all of them cousins? They're all of the presidents are related, I believe, in some way.
In a way.
Well, I know
yeah.
George, his father and his father before him were all US presidents.
Yeah, but I mean, all of the presidents since, like, for 100, 200 years, I've heard like 4, 5th cousins, like they're all related.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you have like George Bush and George Bush Senior and stuff, and that seems to happen quite a lot because Trudeau's father was in power at some point as well, I believe.
Kennedy's.
Yep.
It was going to be Kennedy's brother. Remember? He was running for presidency. Then he didn't come back from the war. Is that what happened? And then they were like, okay, well, your younger brother will do. JFK, let's go.
So
you know?
I...
And it's voting is real.
100%. I found the Wikipedia page for the Center for Talented Youth. Lady Gaga was indeed part of it. Sergey Brin, the co-founder of Google. Ivana Lynch, who portrays Luna Lovegood in the Harry Potter movies.
Wow.
She attended the Irish Center. Mark Zuckerberg, indeed. People who have like won grants for neurobiology, mathematics. Andrew Yang, who was the Democratic candidate for the 2021 New York City mayor election. So a lot of, very
Powerful people.
a lot of big brain people, like computer security professionals, journalist, lawyer, government advisor, hacker, and founder of whatever, academic and essayist. So, and 6 out of 32 American recipients of the 2006 Rhodes Scholarship. So 6 of them came from the Center for Talented Youth.
Gosh, that's where my school would have sent me, because they were going to send me to Rhodes if I had played ball. They were going to like pay for me to go to Rhodes, like basically a somehow in-house scholarship, which is done by the Old Boys Foundation. Like,
I
the
mean, Rhodes family are very connected to Africa, of course. I mean, they owned a country.
Yeah.
Of course, back then.
They do.
known
They still
as
own it.
Rhodesia.
The De Beers gold mining family.
Yeah.
And the Rand company and Anglo America being in bed with all of this.
Mm-hmm. Mining magnate and politician, served as prime minister of the Cape Colony.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you know
It was
the
a Dutchy
actor-
colony then. It was still Dutchy. It was a Dutch colony.
1890 to 1896. Yeah, probably.
It was administrated technically. Okay, this is how it worked. The port was administrated by the British, but the city was Dutchy. The town at that time. In fact, it was opened and inaugurated in, is it 1660, 1664? I think, by, what was his name? Gosh, it's history. Peter Retief? No, it's not Peter Retief. Cape Town, 1652. 1652. That's the name, the thing in my head.
Dutch colonizations, early 17th century.
Jan van Riebeeck.
Jan van
Yeah.
Riebeeck, 1652.
Exactly.
He established a station at Kaap de Goede Hoop,
Yeah.
which became Cape Town on behalf of the Dutch East India Company, which was a private company more powerful than a nation state. Truly the first true international company.
Yeah.
So yay Dutch.
Well, there was a conglomeration between, I think, the Dutch, the British, the Portuguese, and the French. They all had stakes in it somehow, didn't they?
Yeah, mostly the Dutch, the English, and the Portuguese. The bigger.
Yeah.
What is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think France maybe came into it a bit later. You're right, but like, it's interesting when you look at that, like where it started.
Well, okay, so I have the Wikipedia page, and Great Britain occupied Cape Town between 1795 and 1803 to prevent it from falling under the control of the French First Republic. So the French were definitely interested.
Yeah.
But then the British pretty much said, the hell you ain't.
Well, basically, it was the Dutch and the British that got together and they made a deal. And the British managed the port, but the Dutch was still sort of, there was like a weird kind of a dynamic where it was still a Dutch colony, but it was under the umbrella of the British. And they got the taxes from the port, but the Dutch were able to run Cape Town and do their thing.
Yeah.
And the British were able to use it for their refueling for their armadas and their warships and,
Yeah. I mean, we had the Dutch East India Company, of course. So, we had the means, we had the ships, we had the traders.
Exactly. I mean, most of the Netherlands is underwater, isn't it? Like these waterways.
Below sea level, yes.
Yeah.
A good, like a good half of the country, I
Yeah.
believe. If it wasn't for the natural dunes and the man-made dikes, then, well, the region where I live, like, it would be water. It would be,
Wow.
it would be taken over by the ocean, or taken over. Like, there wouldn't have been any land to take over. Like, it would have
There'd
been
be seaweed.
ocean. Yeah, it would be sea. Yeah,
Be a
yeah.
lot of
The
seaweed.
the North Sea. Yeah, instead of flowers, seaweed.
That's nice with the flowers. Anyway, guys, I think we've hit the 4 hours and 35 minutes mark. I've just got to double check something here. I thought I was gonna get you guys to, like, if there's last things you guys want to say about the neurodiversity discussion. Now's a good time.
Oh, yeah. So, real quick on the topic of how much of the Netherlands would be in the ocean. Mike has been so good to actually share a picture.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
significant.
That's like
Yeah.
a good 50%. And I live, let's say, around about here-ish.
Right.
So
Yeah, I've had Dutchy friends telling me that before, saying like basically sea level rising can cause a lot of trouble where they are.
yeah.
Like basically they'd have to move, and like a lot of the country would be underwater. And I was like, wow, what a hectic
Most of the
thought.
country.
No wonder you guys
Yeah.
were so big on sailing, you know? You guys always had to have one foot in the water, like ready for, like, you know,
Yeah,
any
sailing,
kind of a situation,
swimming.
like half the
Yeah.
country ready to jump on a ship.
Yeah, we pretty much had to. We pretty much had to be ready whenever. That's why we take our kids to swimming classes, like, pretty much as soon as they are like anywhere between 4 and 6 years old, because, like, we're never far away from water, whether it be a lake or the ocean or a sea, or like, whatever it is.
Do
Then
you have
again,
saltwater lakes?
No, I don't think so. I'm kind of thinking of the IJsselmeer, but that should be freshwater by now because we closed it off. I mean, like, we created a whole entire province. Like, we had 11 provinces, and we were like, yeah, it's not enough. We need another one. So we literally made new land. We just and now countries and companies from all over the world call the Dutchies if they want more land. So, for example, all the like the palm tree shaped islands at the you see in the, what is it, like the United Arab Emirates, I believe.
Yeah, they created that.
That's the Dutch. That's Dutch work, because we've gotten so good at that.
Build an island, classic.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
we
guys,
literally did. So
it's been absolutely lovely having you guys. It's been an honor. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I hope you guys have enjoyed the discussion. I hope you've got what you came for. We tried to present as best as we could. It's a very, very deep topic. There's a lot to it. I don't think you could cover 1/10 of that topic in one discussion, because there's so many variables like lighting, food, toxicity, water, environments, education, also, you know, we got to the arm pricks. Like, how many people have said that they believe their children have gotten autism from arm pricks? It's been a going thing that people have been talking about for like decades, and they get called like conspiracy theorists and this and that and whatever. But you know, there's a lot of parents out there that have been campaigning, that have spent all their savings and all their time and energy campaigning because, you know, because they felt that there was something happening. So what's the truth? I suppose hard to say, but I think like there's so many levels to it. But thank you guys. It's been absolutely great having you guys on the show.
I have some closing words, if that's all right.
Yeah, do please.
Yeah, we didn't get onto it, and it's kind of a different thing, but also there's the whole transhumanism agenda as well, relating to autism and neurodivergency, and sort of the kind of need for technology. But I also think that connection to God or source has a massive part to play in this as well. And the spark that's in each of us, like our flame, which is kind of being like people are giving their power away rather than having, like, I get the gist that a lot of people with ADHD or autism or neurodivergency don't feel powerful when they should. And I think that this spark that everyone has in us is kind of being suppressed. But I've got a couple of words here from a book I'm trying to write. I'll just read through it really quickly because I think this really relates. The rise of technology, loss of gods and faith, false prophets and narratives. Tech is like a drug. You have users. There are those that lurk in the shadows and alleyways. We call them the freaks. They have been caught in the web of lies and deception, manipulated perception. They believe they can transcend through dodgy tech upgrades and injections. For a moment, it numbs the pain, colours their world a little, gives them a sense of connection, belonging, a sense of hope. But their souls are being corrupted and they are having the life sucked out of them by the machine. Dark entities can only come to light through the machine or AI, which has been planned for millennia. There's no place like Chrome. I believe that technology and neurodivergency is connected. Like we mentioned, like blue light and stuff and things like that. And I think this does fit with the whole transhumanism agenda to kind of make people think that there's something wrong with them and that we need technology to fit in with society. Like now we have the smartphone, which you kind of need for, you have to have a smartphone to pay for parking in a lot of places, and it's kind of like a shackle, like it's chained to people. And I think that's the first step. And people love technology, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's a tool, but I think that people are being turned into the tools. And I really believe that people who are neurodiverse have a like huge fire in them which needs to come out, and sometimes it comes out in the wrong way. And I have a lot of hope for people, and I just hope that people come out of their shells to fix this system, which has been working fine. It works as it's meant to, but people are here to break it.
I think it's a big part of the discussion as well, you know, the systemic degradation that we've become accustomed to, that we've just accepted as the status quo, this competition lifestyle that we live in, this financial servitude, and being dictated to by officers, and officers, and having our liberty and rights taken step by step, reduced to the point where, like I was explaining to someone a little while ago, that when I was doing the Bank of Ideas in Sun Street in 2011, we were a group of activists. One of my my computer hardware guys, he fixed our computers. He came with his basic little toolkit, and he had a little penknife in the toolkit that he used to cut wires. Tiny blade, that big. And they needed some help at Occupy. So I said to him, dude, please, man, they need help at Occupy. Can you go and fix a couple of computers? And he was like, yeah, cool. And he went to Occupy to fix it. On his way back, he was stopped at the stop and search. He was arrested and put in jail. It was on the weekend. We couldn't get him out until the end of the weekend. You know what I'm saying? Like, they found him with a toolkit with screwdrivers and electrical stuff, and in the toolkit there was a tiny little penknife. It was part of his toolkit, and they arrested him. Like, just to how ridiculous it is. Like, it, and the penknife, I know the penknife because I used to be with him when he was working. The blade was about that long. You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't be able to be dangerous with a blade like that. Not really. You'd just be able to hurt someone. Anyway, my point is he ended up being put in jail until we could get him out. In the end, it wasn't a big deal, but he had to go to court and he had to go through this whole drama story because he had a penknife. And in the end, because he had tools on him and the fact was he had actually been working on computers, you know, it was all right. But it still didn't. They ruined his weekend. Do you know what I mean? For nothing. So that's just an idea of how regulated the UK is. For example, what rights do you have? You know, and like you say, they banned normal light bulbs. Like, what reason could they have to ban them? I can buy them here at my local store. Well, we've got the same frequency of electricity in South Africa and England. My products can sell there. Your products can sell here, right? It's the same electricity. So why am I allowed to have incandescent lighting and you're not?
I have a theory that there's only so much power in this realm, and that those particular bulbs use too much power. So this is why there's LED everywhere, because the power is being used somewhere else.
Yes and no.
There's some AI something that they have to, like, this is a whole the whole what's it called? Potentially the whole climate change thing as well. It's like we're using too much power and stuff. It's like, well, I don't know. That's the topic for another time.
The thing is this is how they sold us the LED lights. But I'm a grower, right? So when it comes to keeping track of wattage and electrical usage and calculating the watts that I'm using because I'm growing, and how much am I spending on growing, and what bulbs am I using and lights, I'm quite clued up on these light things. And even like this bulb behind me is 100 watts, right? So if I leave that on in an evening, right, that's 0.6 units. If I leave it on every night for a month, that's 18 units. That's about 18, and I'm betting you pay about what? Is it 20p a unit? Electricity?
Not sure.
It's probably about 20 or 30p a unit. So we're looking at a bulb like this being used for the whole month. It's going to cost, let me see what the UK, so that I've got my facts straight. But I would say it's probably about 20, maximum 30p per unit UK price.
I think it was 28.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine, like
Maybe.
under 30.
And then it's like 16 at night. There's a night rating as well.
Okay, so it says 24.5 pence per kilowatt per hour in the UK. The daily standing charge is 60.99 pence. So 24.5 pence. So if you take 18, right, times 24 pence, it costs you £5 a month to run a incandescent light bulb every night for the whole night until late. £5 a month. What is an average electrical bill per month? Am I right? It must be for a small household, 80 quid, 90 quid.
A lot more.
UK average elec bill.
What's the price of electricity a month?
Yeah, 80 quid.
It's 180 quid. Like for everything.
180 quid.
Yeah, it's about that, I think.
Well, they say here the average monthly bill is 73.41. Depends on how many people are in your house, whatever. But
It's
that
not.
is
It's not.
that
If
is for
you're-
2,700 kilowatts a year, right?
Yeah.
So, just to give you an idea, £73 per month. So the LED light bulbs are saving you money, but what is the £73 per month, or the £80 or the £90 per month? What electricity are we using? Think about it. Like, if you've got one light bulb like this in your living room where you spend more time, right? Where you're actually going to sit, you could have like the cheaper light bulbs in the places where you don't spend a lot of time. Or you could have the good light bulbs in those places because you're not going to have them on so much, right? Like in the kitchen, you're only going to be cooking for 45 minutes an hour, and then you're going to turn off the lights and leave the kitchen and go to the living room. So my point is, if you're careful with how you use your lights, you're only going to spend about 8 quid a month on lighting. What is
But how are they
the
gonna make
rest of the
this-
electricity being used for?
Profit.
No, I mean in the house. People are using tumble dryers, right?
Yeah.
Dryers for their clothing.
Yeah.
That uses a lot more electricity than lights. How can they justify taking away your incandescent light bulbs but allowing you to use dryers to dry your
Well,
clothes?
incandescent light bulbs heal because they have infrared. Like, they're actually good for you. Whereas
Yeah.
the blue light agitates you, and potentially makes you more hungry, whatever. So there's definitely more to it.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
Was there any more that you wanted to add, by the way?
Nothing more from me today. No, it's been great chatting to you guys.
Been an honor for both of you. And what about Indy? Is Indy around, or is Indy
He's AFK.
he's taking the chill. Maybe he's busy.
Mm.
But thank you guys. It's been an honor having all three of you on the show. It's been wonderful. I hope you guys in the audience got what you came for and enjoyed. I hope it was a lovely adventure for you guys. Sending you all big love out there. Sending you guys big love, blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Have an absolutely amazing day. And I hope the weekend just keeps getting better for everybody. And I hope the weather holds chill. Where we are here, the weather's been all over the shop. Up and down. Hot, cold. Very strange weather. Spider-Bird, namaste. Take it easy, everybody. Keep it real.
Yeah,
keep
big
it
love,
sweet.
guys. Take care.
See you later, folks.
Don't forget to smile. Vam Shiva.